All right, so we are here. You ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen?
Guess who's back? Back
Back
again.
again.
The
Guess who's back?
brothers are back. Tell
Tell a
your
friend.
friends. Guess
Guess who's
who's
back?
back? Guess
Guess who's
who's
back?
back?
Guess
Guess who's
who's
back?
back?
Guess
Guess
who's
who's
back?
back?
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Nah, 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 nah.
We
Okay.
are live on Facebook and we live on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. We are live on both streams. RQ3, what's going on? What's
Lag
going on,
Pro.
Lag Pro? What's going on, Lee Jenkins? What is up?
What's
What is
up,
going
brothers
on,
in
everybody?
arms?
And I'm going to share this on. I got to do some shares on the Spotlight Sports Talk as well. But how you doing tonight, Ghoulie man? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. After that Bulls video that I made, I feel like I lost 20 pounds.
20 pounds?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was, if y'all haven't seen my Bulls video, you can probably tell why I could say that I lost 20 pounds. Because I'm ready for a culture change. That's all that is a culture change.
Okay, I could dig that. I could definitely dig that. But tell Malguli I said happy birthday.
Even though my
That's what
birthday
Anthony Aguilar
clearly
said.
my birthday has clearly passed, but that's an Anthony Aguilera.
My birthday is in within a week and some change, man. Y'all should be saying happy birthday to me.
Right.
My God, like darn, they just see the Ghoulie Nation coming here for the Ghoulie Nation. They don't even come in here for me. They coming here for the Ghoulie Nation. I got to be honest about that.
RQ3, that's why I lost 20 pounds.
Oh, that's why you lost 20 pounds.
Yes. And it's actually legit, bro. They're getting fired. It doesn't even matter if they make the playoffs. They're getting fired. We've been dealing with this since 2003. That's
2003.
John Paxson was a GM from, like, gave him the job in 2003, and then they made him an executive in 2009 and 10. And then he hired Gar Forman, who is legit terrible.
Wow.
And think about it, Gar Forman passed up Chris LeVert, Draymond Green, etc. The list goes freaking on. Even Rudy Gobert. So you can tell how ticked off I am.
Talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. Music Studio 3K, 4K. Please come on in and hit the like button, y'all. Subscribe to the channel. And anybody definitely that is on Facebook, please hit the thumbs up and make sure we get some more people. I am sharing it all over right now. But
and also subscribe to Mount Ghoulie, because for God's sakes, we're almost close to 700.
Yeah, y'all gotta go subscribe to Malguli. Y'all definitely gotta go subscribe to Malguli. But we want to get into a lot of things that's actually going on in the sports world. Now, we was in our group chat not too long ago, and the group chat has stated, Key in the building, what's going on? She's on Facebook. What's going on, Key in the building? Please share this on Facebook. Please share it on Facebook. But I have to say, how do you feel about the new playoff structure? Like, did you really look up the notes on it? Because I could pull it up and see what happened. They said might be a new playoff structure for the NFL.
Apparently there is, and the playoff structure is, with my notes tell me here, if my phone decides to not act like,
that's the life of the Android, bro. That's the life of the Android.
Don't you dare with my Android. At least we have a great intro, droid.
Oh, that's one of the
see, you're stuttering because
whatever.
You're stuttering.
I'm not gonna hear none of that.
You're stuttering. See, y'all got an Apple.
Droid.
You got an Apple. Okay, so who would win in a fight, an Apple or a droid?
Everybody eats an apple. Nobody can eat a droid.
But droids destroy things, man.
Team iPhone. That's what we here for, man. Team iPhone.
Losing Cincinnati Reds. I know the feeling.
But Arku said that he does not like the fact that they changing the playoff structure. I think I like it. And the reason why I say,
but it needs to be 8. It needs to be 16. It shouldn't be 14.
Well, it starts out as 6 teams during the playoff, right?
Apparently,
Yeah, I think they should add 2 more. I think they should add 2 more teams to the picture. I think they should.
well, with the expanded NFL, this is the thing. If new CBA is approved, 7 teams from each conference, only 1 bye per conference. Regular season becomes 17 games, preseason shortened to 3 games.
Wow.
And if this was to be the same thing last year, get this, the Rams and the Steelers would have been in the playoffs.
In which I wouldn't have no problem with, because I mean, 8-8 is a 500 team and 9-7 is a winning record. Why not have those teams in? And those type of teams that have those type of records, they make a run. They can make a run to the Super Bowl with those records. We've seen it happen with a lot of teams. They went 10-6.
Like the Patriots.
Right. And the Patriots is 1 year when Tom Brady didn't play the whole year, and the Patriots went 11-5 and didn't make the playoffs. Like, that's bogus to me. How you 11-5 and don't make the playoffs, and you still, like, I don't think they didn't even win the division that year, but still,
they didn't win the division at all. I think that was the Jets that year that won that division.
Oh, that is surprisingly.
Because they had remember they had Brett Favre at the time.
Key is right. They won the Super Bowl at 9-7. That is a fact. That is a 100% fact. That is true. What's going on, Johnny Fontaine? What's going on, Johnny Fontaine? The Dorian Williams Show. Hashtag Dorian Williams Show. Thank you for coming in on Facebook. We really do appreciate it as well. But Ghoulie, I don't know what just happened to your camera, bro.
Apparently, they said the camera was unlocked, but there I am.
Oh yeah, there you go. But you think I wanted my boys in the playoffs?
You guys
what's going on, Roger?
You guys would have been exposed.
Oh, the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys get exposed every year.
I'm gonna say this, the following teams, if they would have made the playoffs, would have been exposed. Personally, the Steelers wouldn't even make it out the wild card because their offense was atrocious.
Yeah, they would have made out the wild card. That's absolutely not.
Their defense was
one of those teams that could have been 9-7 and went into the playoffs that you would have thought that could have made a run to the Super Bowl.
Rams, they're too inconsistent. So not the Rams. My Care Bears of Carolina damn sure would have not made it out to the wild card, especially if they took on Green Bay or a division rival.
I would have said if my Raiders would have went, I've got a feeling that we probably would have won at least a game.
The Raiders,
but we wouldn't went to the Super Bowl. Absolutely not.
You guys would have probably won one game, but the only problem here is this. The problem that I had with the Raiders is, I'm going to say this right now. Do you
say Derek Carr? Please do not say Derek Carr, because I rest my case with Derek Carr.
I'm not saying Derek Carr.
My case with him, man.
No, it's not Derek Carr. I think the problem was coaching.
I disagree with that
player
too.
Execution. You mean to tell me with all these gimme wins, y'all still couldn't make the postseason?
We couldn't make the postseason because we was ranked 24th overall in defense.
Yeah, your defense does help. This is what happens when you don't trade Khalil Mack. But I can see why you guys traded Mack. You guys are out of a horrible.
If you want to be technical, Nick Bosa had a better year than Khalil Mack.
Oh yeah, that's my case there. Nick Bosa's a beast. That man eats steaks for dinner.
Yeah, Max Crosby is a beast, man. Max Crosby is definitely a beast. So Austin Aguilar's, well, Roger said hashtag Bird Gang. That means he's an Eagles fan. Anthony Aguilar says Juju Smith got exposed this season thinking he was going to replace AB. That is a fact. Juju swore
I felt so bad for
that guy. He swore. He really swore he was going to be that guy, and he's not. He wasn't that guy. Absolutely not.
Now, who else could have made it? Roger, bro, I don't know about that. With Wentz still being hurt, let's see. Were you guys number one in the season? I think you guys were tied with Chicago for most dropped passes in a season.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Eagles won that because they made it to the playoffs. But to be honest, though, who was your backup quarterback? I can't think of his name. Was it McCoy?
Josh McCown.
Josh McCown. Josh McCown played his heart out.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
really did. And I personally, I really would have loved it to see them win, but
I don't know if they would have went to the Super Bowl,
oh
Roger. I think
no.
you're being very unrealistic there.
Oh no,
I
no,
don't think
no.
the Eagles would have went to Super Bowl. Y'all really struggled on the defensive side. Y'all
And
really did struggle on
offense
the defensive side, and the
dropping
corners
passes.
is what y'all need help at. The Eagles definitely need help at corner, and your corners is just not reliable when it comes down to a big play. It's just not reliable enough, especially against if you got a good playmaking number one wide receiver. It's just being honest. It's just being 100% honest with you. Like at the end of the day, y'all have to go out and draft somebody young because Sidney Jones is not doing it for y'all. Then Ronald Darby, he can't stay healthy. Um, but yeah, it's the Eagles could definitely upgrade their defense in the offseason. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Let's see. Let's see when the Raiders move to Las Vegas. And I'm gonna tell you something, Arku. I'm gonna tell you something about my Raiders, right?
It's
Number
a
one,
beautiful stadium.
everybody wants to go to Las Vegas. That's number
Tom
one.
Brady.
Nope, Tom Brady's not going. I rest my case with this. If y'all have not go see my video, it's nothing to say. Everybody talking about Tom Brady going to the Raiders. Number one, he never asked for $60 million in New England. Why you're asking for $60 million to come to Las Vegas? I'm not understand. I understand that the marketing part of it, the face of Tom Brady being in Vegas, yes, it does bring PR. But you're going to get rid of a quarterback in Derek Carr that threw for 4,054 yards and 21 touchdowns and had a 70% completion percentage for a Tom Brady that's 43 years old that in his father time for 2 years for $60 million. It does not make sense to me. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. That's why I don't really see. No, I don't see Brady going. To be honest, I actually see Brady going two places. Los Angeles Charger, or he's just gonna stay in New England.
I don't think he's. It depends on what the Patriots wants to give him. That's the big thing.
And Mr. Rodriguez
wants to give him.
And Mr. Rodriguez, I am not going to let that slide. The Bears need to find a way to get rid of Trubisky. They're not going to get rid of Trubisky, but what they need to do is get a true backup. I'm sorry, Chase Daniels is not it. Even freaking Prince Amukamara said it's time for someone who actually can teach him more. And I don't think he's the guy to do it. To be honest, I really hope the Bears find a way, but everybody keeps on saying Cam Newton, Jesus Christ. Why does Bear fans want Cam Newton? Jesus Christ, it would not work. Why not get the man? Why not get Mr. 40?
And Tom Brady?
Not Brady. The other one that's
Phillip Rivers?
Yeah.
Rivers is not going to want to play in the cold.
No, I'm not saying him to play in the cold. I'm saying for him to teach Trubisky.
Yeah, but do you think he want to sit on the sideline and be a backup in the cold?
Well, shoot, the Bears need to do something. Matthew Stafford to Chicago.
God,
no.
The noise.
No. That's Jay Cutler 3.0. I don't want that.
Well, I don't know. Stafford is better than Jay Cutler. Don't do that to Stafford. He's better than Jay Cutler. We're not going to do that on this podcast.
They're the same player.
We're not going to do that. But okay. I got a special guest coming in because we already started, y'all. And my man Jake from Snakes Sports Talk. What is going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you so much for inviting me in here, man. This is awesome. I give you guys credit, man. This is the first time ever doing this, so thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
And that's Malguli. Malguli is one of my peoples from the Spotlight Sports Talk team. And just a little story, though, that I bet, Jake, right from Instagram. Like, he saw my videos and he started replying, and we just connected on sports because I know he covers a lot of NBA, but he does have other sports that he covers as well. So just tell them a little bit about yourself, man. Let them know who you are, man, so that the people know, because we got like 10 in the chat right now. So we on Facebook and YouTube right now.
Sweetness. Well, thank you for giving me the spotlight here, Darian. I appreciate it, man. Well, the Snake Sports Talk Show, man. I mean, in actually 10 days from now, believe it or not, I will be celebrating 1 year of creating this page, man. I mean, my biggest focus growing up as a kid, I was always a big time sports fan. That was everything. NFL, NHL, baseball, and even basketball as a whole. And what I wanted to provide here on this page was the opportunity for fans to connect with me. Because the thing of it is, we all have opinions about something. You watch politics all the time. You got certain presidencies, you got certain people in offices, and everybody's got something to say about, their production and what they bring to the table. So I figured a platform like this would allow me to give fans the opportunity to express all their views on every sports topic out here, man. And it's been going great, and it's pushed me to the limit at the start of this year to start my podcast show. Check it out too. Download the Podbean network on podbean.com and search me up at Snake Sports Talk Show. I've got 4 episodes out right now. The biggest crucial one, I've been busy all day, actually, man, because I've been covering the NHL trade deadline, which hasn't even started until next Monday. So I've been busy all around, man. It's been crazy.
I have to ask
also, man, and knowing that once you start your YouTube channel, it is a lot of people that does hockey. Like we have hockey. He's a big one. He got like what 5,000, 7,000 subscribers. Definitely get the hook up with him. And then you got Sir Cardinal. Sir Cardinal, he's from Toronto, but he does a lot of he's really big on hockey as well. I could definitely hook you up with both of those, so you could definitely get in some collaborations as well. So we were just talking a little bit of NFL. Go ahead.
Say Luca as well.
Luca follows hockey, but he's more Raptors than anything.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He's more of a Raptors fan, and he follows his Baltimore Ravens as well.
And D, I gotta ask him, bro. I gotta ask him them questions.
Go ahead, ask him.
First things first, NBA team. Who's your favorite NBA team? Who's you a fan of, man?
You know what, man? I mean, I will tell you this from the bottom of my heart. I've got a little bit of a basketball story I think all of you guys are going to be like amazed by. So, as I said, talking about myself, I was born, honestly, March 19th, 1995. I think you guys can remember that day. It was the day, the first game, Michael Jordan played on his way back to Chicago. But the day before, he said the best words, I'm back. I am back in this baby, man. So it's been crucial to my life. But to me, I kind of bounced around. I'm more of an NBA player fan than I am of a particular team, to be honest. I mean, God rest his soul, man. Great legend, Kobe Bryant. I mean, I always loved watching the Kobe and Shaq show for years since I was 6 years old, and he's been an absolute inspiration to myself and to so many people around the world, man. But watching it recently, like I've been a fan of Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard. I mean, those guys embody of what basketball is really all about. I know people don't really like to talk about load management as much. But Kawhi Leonard, I mean, you've seen the performance he put on last year against Golden State. Like he took a team like that and elevated them. So it's incredible to see the kind of player he is and to take out 2 dynasties in his career. That's respect, man. That's respect. You can't tamper with that.
And personally, I say Kawhi Leonard single-handedly saved the NBA from what it was going through. The savior
Warriors.
And man, I'm telling you right now, if Kawhi wins a ring with the Clippers, can we say, and I know people in the chat are probably going to say, whoa, wait a minute, there will never be another Jordan. But in this era, would Kawhi consider be this Michael Jordan of this particular era? Or can we call him a savior of the NBA?
I wouldn't say he would be the Jordan of this era, because you still got a guy in LeBron James that's chasing Jordan to do everything in the world. You can't even be mad. Like, knowing that I'm not really a LeBron fan, but you got to respect what the man is doing. Like,
Right.
He went out and got
And
people to
and
be a part of this late show, you know.
and
So
yeah, and this is what I also said too, because think about it. Like, I don't particularly say that like he is this era's Michael Jordan, because here's the thing: nothing will ever compare to Michael Jordan. Nothing will compare to Magic Johnson or even Kobe Bryant. Like, think about it. Like in the '80s, we had Magic and we had Larry Bird. Those were two very historic players of their own era. In the '90s, it was all about Magic Johnson, and then of course it spread to where we got Kareem Olajuwon, and we had all sorts of these guys coming out. So it was the start of that. The 2000s, honestly, that was my favorite decade. Why?
Yep, that
Because
was a good decade.
what we're seeing right now in modern era, I'm glad we're going back to, because in the 2000s, every team had a superstar. You want to talk about Ben Wallace in Detroit. You want to talk about AI in Philly and all of them. You know what I mean? And Kobe was the body of the 2000s. And for LeBron James, since coming into this league at a young age and taking over the 2010s, man, like that was his decade. That was the chance. He went to Miami, won 2 championships, comes to Cleveland, keeps his promise, wins a championship, and he's the greatest, man. He's the best at this era. That's all I can say. And I think in the 20s,
he's the best in this era. Because I mean, I was going to say, I wouldn't say that. I thought you was going to say all time. I was like, hold up, wait a minute now. But I don't want to get into the all time thing, because you got to think about it. Everybody was great in their own era.
In their own era.
It made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense there. But
right now, can we maybe possibly in the next 10 years maybe hold up a debate and say maybe guys like Kawhi, which
Kevin
I have
Durant.
a feeling, I have a feeling this is his era, and maybe even Giannis, honestly.
Yeah.
Giannis, yeah, but there's one problem I just want Giannis to fix. I just think Giannis needs to work on his free throws and his shooting a little bit, just a little bit.
Which I think he will, because unlike Ben Simmons, at least Giannis is trying. At least Giannis is trying, unlike Ben Simmons. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to see Ben Simmons be one of those people in this era to be great, but until he even tries to shoot a jump shot in a game, not in practice, not in warm-ups, in games, until I see that, he's nowhere to be that. Absolutely.
Well, and I've got my own views about the Philadelphia 76ers, man. I mean, look, Ben Simmons, to me, I love the kid. Like, I think he brings a lot to the table for this organization, but it's, as we kind of stated, and I've heard this all throughout last year as well, is the fact that with Joel Embiid there, I'm not saying he's not a good player, because he is, but the fact of the matter is just these two don't mesh as much as Philly wants them to. I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say.
No, because I have a video that I have not even dropped yet saying that I don't think Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons cannot coexist.
So what do you do?
They can't.
Do you trade them both, or you're going to have to trade one?
No. I don't agree with trading them both. This is where I sometimes, because I know a lot of basketball fans and a lot of sports fans in general, we get passionate about stuff like this. But hear me out for all of our so-called Philly fans out there. Listen, you got a lot of great potential. The trade deadline, too, they've got great shooters in that return. I'm not denying that. And I love, honestly, Al Horford when it comes to the playoffs. He's a playoff caliber guy. You saw that in Atlanta when he was dealing with guys like Paul Millsap and Jeff Teague and all them. Like, he brings a lot to the table. But as far as trying to get one of these guys to click, I would honestly keep Ben Simmons, because there is value there. And yes, he needs to work on his jump shot, but that's what the summer leagues, the off season, is also for. You take in everything you had in the season, you move on, you work out, and you work your shots, get better at it. But if it were me, I would trade Joel Embiid while his value is still good, and get maybe future draft picks, and maybe even get a couple of good players in return, so that way then it keeps Philly in the run in the Eastern Conference.
There's a lot of teams I can see trying to get Joel Embiid, and one of them, if only my brother in arms, EJ, was with me right now, he would probably like this. I can actually see the Pacers making a move. And who would the Pacers get rid of? Oh, simple. They would trade Miles Turner. Miles Turner, 2 first-round picks, maybe a second-round pick for Joel Embiid, and maybe a second-round pick from the Sixers. And that would kind of – it would help. It would put – think about this. Embiid, Sabonis, Malcolm Brogdon if he's healthy.
Don't forget Oladipo.
And Oladipo, if he
Oladipo. But I want to go into the chat. And RQ3 says Brett Brown is the problem. I agree.
Yes.
And Lee Jenkins says Kuzma for Ben Simmons.
Ooh. I mean, LeBron. Knowing LeBron, let me say this: it would be a good trade for Philly, but the actual winner for that trade would be LA, and here's why. Kuzma. I mean, think about this: LeBron could probably, literally, one-on-one, can take somebody like Ben Simmons and make him into that key guy that LeBron always likes to play with, like his own personal D Wade or his own Chris Bosh, so to speak. And I think it would be a lot of jump shots there in LA.
I can see Kuzma taking Ben Simmons' role in Philadelphia and actually excelling into a good player. Because if you notice, last season when Kuzma was in LA and he was a starter, the numbers was there. I think he's so uncomfortable coming off the bench. I think he's very uncomfortable.
I think it's kind of disrespectful that he's on the bench.
Right now the starting 5 for the Lakers is what? LeBron James, JaVale McGee. You have
Anthony Davis, and I
Avery
think
Bradley, and you have who's the other guy?
I think it's a mixture of. I mean, because usually they like to kind of mix around a lot of like utility guys, so maybe even like KCP in some areas. But I truly, I will speak for this as well, is I don't think they have a secondary guy at least to fulfill that starting 5 role, because as we were just trying to name it off, it was kind of tough.
Danny Green.
Danny Green, that's right.
Is out of that starting 5. He is the weakest out of the starting 5. Why is he starting? I don't understand it. Like,
because the Lakers saw something like they did in Toronto.
It's not even with the Lakers. When he was with the Spurs, when he was in Toronto, he was a starter. How? What does he do to impact a game? Nothing.
Well, I agree. I agree, but here's the thing. Like, hear me out on this one. But I will go to your point with as far as Kuzma for Ben Simmons. Now, I will say I don't think either team will like. There's no losers in that trade, because the thing of it is the Lakers do need a young guy to eat the minutes, get floor time, and get important points as they need to. And it's the same with Philadelphia, because eventually when Joel Embiid, he can sometimes be injury prone in certain areas. And that's something that Philadelphia is trying to be careful with, because if they get somebody that, they don't get anybody younger, then that's where Philadelphia kind of takes that slight decline there. So you want to be able to have young guys on both ends of the court. So now in LA's situation, because look, I like Kuzma. I was the one who said this last year and the year before, don't you dare trade Kuzma, because the thing of it is I love his play style. As young kids, because I just feel like as fans, we put too much pressure on some of these players for as young kids to develop. But I'm not saying that's an excuse, but I'm saying that as far as to develop him and make him a better player and productive, the Lakers are going to love that. But again, that's the reason why, too, maybe in parts of it, you brought LeBron over. Because think about it. LeBron, he taught Kyrie Irving, and he thrived on that. But Kyrie, I ain't even going to go deep into it, but he had his own reasons.
We could go into many reasons why Kyrie, the way Kyrie is right now.
Yeah, but the thing of it is like he elevated his game. And why do you think Cleveland finally won the championship in 2016? They finally figured that out. They worked together up on the floor. And then eventually, when time came up, everything kind of crash landed on him, and then it was the end for Cleveland. But as to say, LeBron is a player-friendly guy. He connects with players, motivates them, and builds them to their fullest potential. And I see that with him with Kuzma. So that's why I'm like, I would not give up on Kuzma just yet.
So you feel the same way about Ben Simmons. You wouldn't give up on him just yet. It's just, in my opinion, with Ben Simmons, it's just the small things that he does not try to fix with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the small things. And I feel like when it comes to Ben Simmons, when is a guy that's almost the same height as him that's defending him, he's nervous, he's scared, he's too timid.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to a smaller guard, or you want to drop to the basket and dunk with people, why you can't do this against bigger players? That's almost not bigger players, but someone that's at least a little bit just as physical as you, or just as this almost a height as you. And that's what gets me the reason of I would rather take Kyle Kuzma over Ben Simmons, because Kyle Kuzma don't matter. He will get rebounds. He will shoot the ball. He will play defense. Sometimes Ben Simmons is just so inconsistent on some nights. Yeah, he'll have triple doubles or double doubles here.
And let me give you a good point. Let me give you a good point. You know what Ben Simmons does remind me of? You guys are probably going to react to this. I know it because I've done this with all sorts of basketball fans.
I'm nervous.
But he plays the same way as Russell Westbrook. I'm not kidding. Because Russell Westbrook, here's the thing. Both have intensity. Both bring that to the table. So what's the one thing an athletic ability player is going to do? He's going to drive to the rim. He's going to drive to the rim, get important shots. But the thing of it is it does take a toll when in this league, you got to learn how to shoot from the wing and from the back side of the court. You got to learn to do that.
And Ben Simmons, Russ do not care who he drives to the basket. He doesn't care. And that's all I want Ben Simmons to do. You're almost 7 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
Drive to the basket. And this is a big thing for the NBA, just for any team. When you drop to the basket and you almost near the rack and you kick it all the way back to the three. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. And Ben Simmons does it so much. And Westbrook, he does it as well. And just a prime example, All-Star game. James Harden had a chance to win the game with the floater. He gave it up for a 3-point shot. I don't get it. I just don't get the game. But
classic.
But here's the thing. Here's the other thing. Classic Harden. Because think about it. You had twice the opportunities to seal Golden State away. And you did that twice. And you were a Chris Paul injury away from going right into the finals. I'm not kidding.
That is a fact. Yes.
Absolutely. And so I liked what Houston did, but now to bring in a guy like Russell Westbrook, and even from post-trade deadline, giving away Clint Capella. I loved the kid. I thought he brought a lot of pressure to certain guys that try to drive to the rim, and he would get important rebounds. He would also get second chance points, because that's what I would look for a center in this league nowadays. I'm not and the 3 points, I mean, that's cool. Like, if you get a center that knows how to shoot threes, that's cool, but I don't expect you to do that all the time. I expect you to be my defender and be my second chance shooting guy. So with Houston trading him away, it was hard, but I knew what the reason was, is because Houston has to swallow up that Westbrook contract. That's difficult. So
I got something for you, man. I'm going to ask him, Jake, how do you feel about the Chicago Bulls and what the Chicago Bulls did? Now, I don't know if you know the story behind it. Gooley, if you want to reiterate about your Bulls and who did they get rid of again?
Yeah, you had to go that route. They had to get rid of Jimmy Butler.
No, as far as front office.
Oh, front office? Oh, they got rid of the cancers known as Pax. It doesn't even matter if they make the playoffs or not. They're gone. And Bolin is definitely gone. Thank God.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, it's kind of a tougher situation for Chicago, but at the same time, this is a franchise that even for years, when I'm sure all of us has watched it, like the one year where they actually had some real good talented players. Derrick Rose at one point, Carlos Boozer, Joakim Noah. Like, this was actually a pretty interesting defensive team under Tom Thibodeau. But fast forwarding now, as we start to kind of get into the next year and maybe in the near future. I mean, you got Zach LaVine, Lauri Markkanen. I like those two guys, so I see what Chicago's doing with as far as trying to reshape their future. This is a clear rebuilding franchise right now. But for something like this, I mean, rebuilding franchises, it goes one of two routes. One, you either look for someone in the market that you know is used to rebuilding and is going to build this franchise enough to make them. We're not even going to talk about championships yet. We want to talk about get to the playoffs first. That's the first step you want to take as a franchise before even getting that far, because at least your ticket's punched in.
Well, the Bulls do have a lot of talent. They do. But the problem is the front office and coaching was their biggest problem. Let's be real. John Paxson has been a GM. Actually, he's been with the Bulls since 2003. Think about that. Now I'm going to say this. As a GM, he was okay. He drafted Heinrich. He got Ben Gordon. He traded up for Luol Deng. But also, I have to get on this, and this still haunts me to this day, and it might haunt some real Bulls fans here. You don't get LaMarcus Aldridge. No, you get Tyrese Thomas. And then when they gave him the executive branch, he hires Gar Forman. And Gar Forman, I will say this, he did draft Butler. He did draft Rose, but you also went past the following people: Rudy Gobert, Chris LeVert, Draymond Green.
Yeah, I agree. Wow. Yeah. That's a huge difference maker. And look at how much of the impact that it does for the other organizations that have those guys. I mean, Utah's a very interesting team in that Western Conference now. Rudy Gobert, we never would have thought of that. We would have never thought Rudy Gobert would be the player that he is. Very defensive, love his play style. And even look, Draymond Green, I still consider him as a defensive player. And even though I've always had a name for him called Sir Fouls a lot, because we all know that when he comes up and he gets fouled out. But the point aside from it, yeah, those are some very impactful defensive players. And I think Chicago, now looking back at it, if they would have made that move earlier, it would have really made a difference, especially for guys like Butler and Derrick Rose.
If only Gar Forman had a brain. But it's too late now because the clown is gone.
Yeah.
There's some other players too that they have, wasted over. Remember 2011, Derrick Rose wins MVP, but the biggest problem here was this: they didn't give him that much help, and in the power forward position, really didn't help. You picked Carlos Boozer.
Yeah.
Chris Bosh and Dirk Nowitzki were right there for the taking, but you decided to do Boozer.
Carlos Boozer got drafted to Chicago, right?
No, Utah.
No, he was Utah, but he was acquired in, I believe it was a trade.
It was a trade, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that. Damian Estrada had a question in the chat. I think this is one of the funniest questions I've seen. He said, "Hey, I got a question for y'all. What was more crazy in the All-Star weekend? Aaron Gordon getting disrespected at the dunk contest, or Shaka Khan disrespecting the Star Single banner?"
I'm gonna say this right now. A lot of people say that Shaka Khan was terrible. Yes, she was, but nobody can outdo what Fergie did.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you know what? I mean, those are some pretty valid questions right there. I mean, but look, we could hardly talk about, the national anthems. Like, look, I've seen worse than what happened with Shaka Khan. I mean, come on. Right. I'll still be a fan of Shaka Khan, man. That's the woman right there that knows her thing. But to me, Aaron Gordon, can we please stop dissing this man? This is like twice, if not a third time already. And it's like, what does he have to do to win the dunk contest?
You can ask D, because I made a video on my channel about it. My God. So dunking over a man who's 7'5" doesn't win you the dunk contest? Really?
Oh my gosh.
Try to make it seem like that he didn't officially dunk over Taco Fall, which I think he did, because if you look at most basketball games, your nuts is going to be on somebody's head. Most
Oh
likely.
yeah. Oh yeah. And honestly, I think what should have sealed the deal was that one hand spin around jam. That should have ended it.
Oh,
That really should have.
oh,
Look,
man.
no disrespect to the other competitor, man, but because that one
Derek
was a pretty damn good dunk too, but that should have sealed the deal. That should have sealed the deal.
Aaron Gordon. But think what it is though, like Aaron Gordon, the first dunk out the first round, where he did in between his legs backwards. That was like, okay, this guy is ready to win. He's ready to win. And the dunks that he was just doing is just like, this man just cannot win. He cannot win the dunk contest. And this goes back to, and I saw this on TNT at the All-Star weekend, where he was just like Dominique Wilkins.
Yes.
Dominique Wilkins went to the dunk contest twice and lost twice. Of course, you're going to lose to Jordan. Of course. It's Michael Jordan.
Sure.
But a guy named, what's his name? Jones Jr.? I don't know his first name, but
yeah.
I just feel like it was Aaron Gordon's time. It was Aaron Gordon's dunk contest to win. If you look at the lineup for the dunk contest this year, everybody thought Aaron Gordon was going to get it. Just me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And you know what? Because like the last two times, look, you couldn't get past Zach LaVine. I'll be totally honest with you. Zach LaVine had some unbelievable dunks. There was no way he was going to get past that. But now that Zach LaVine was out of the picture of the dunk contest, yes, it should have definitely been Aaron Gordon's time to shine, and maybe that would be the year he gets it. You know what I mean? But and to go through the contests, I will say this as pure honesty. Like, I watched all of them. I thought all of them were really, really good. But the 3-point contest, in my opinion,
stole the show.
Yes. But to me personally, it wasn't the same without Steph and Clay. I'm going to throw that out there, because I watched some of these guys like Trae Young and so many others. It was kind of tough. But congratulations to all of the competitors out there. I thought they did a very, very good job, but it was hard to feel that way.
Damian Estrada made a good point. He said Aaron Gordon should have dunked over a car like Blake Griffin. Maybe he could have won. Hey, I mean, I don't know why Blake Griffin dunking over a car, that wasn't impressive to me. That's just my personal opinion.
The most impressive dunk that I've ever, well, no, I don't know if you can call this a dunk, because we talk about this a lot at work. Dwight Howard Superman slamming it in instead of dunking it in.
Well, Dwight Howard reminds me of Space Jam.
No.
Arm out, just throw it in. Just throw it in. That's what Dwight Howard reminds me of from Space Jam.
I mean, you know what? I will say, and I hope that maybe this is a category that we can probably go about of this year, but I think the dunk of the year, just from my perspective and my honesty, should be the dunk that LeBron made at the same day, almost close to the same time as Kobe did in that one. I think that one should honestly be the dunk of the year.
What was that? I'm kind of lost.
That one was, I think, what was that, last month? Because it had the same exact day. Like, I have to go back to it, but you can look it up. I think they still have it. Yeah. Yes, it was.
Oh, the night before he
Or Kobe passed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But speaking of NBA, and I know I want to get on a little more touchy subject, because I had a lot to think about this before I was going to go into this subject. Dwayne Wade. And I have to respect him 100%, because I know that he's going through a lot with his transgender daughter, and I can completely understand why he's going through that. But at the same time, I have to say, anybody that's dissing him right now, I'm gonna take the floor last, but it's a touchy subject. It's a very touchy subject. But this guy, Dwayne Wade, is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Just because you don't want to be a fan of Dwayne Wade no more because of that, that makes fans cowards. It makes cowards 200%. It makes you a coward because what he done on the basketball court does have nothing to do what his daughter is going to do on an everyday basis. Just being a father. That's all he's doing is being a father.
Oh, of course. And listen, like I know too, like, and this is also partly why that we like all of us and so many sportscasters out there that discuss about stuff like this, because here's the thing. When it comes to certain fans, when you've got a player and for instance, Kobe, you know, you could love a player or you can hate a player.
Right.
But the thing of it is that for when it comes to fans, we never hold fans accountable for their actions. They're going to act the way that they're going to act. So here's the thing. You can love Dwayne Wade, and I love him. I personally love him both on and off the court. The things that he's done and the support that he's given, especially, you know, in this past All-Star weekend, being out there in Chicago. That's awesome. But
which he's from Chicago as well.
Exactly. And so for him to kind of give his support about there as well and giving him the opportunity of like, hey, this is my hometown. I get a chance to speak it. It's awesome. It's a gesture. But for something like this, and I give him props as a father, man, because as a parent, you support your kids 110% with whatever decisions they make. I see this sometimes with certain parents. Now, I leave my personal views on the side because we ain't going into that. But I just don't think sometimes when it comes to parents that they should ever push their kids or force their kids into any kind of situation or any decision, because then what freedom does a kid have to make their own decision?
Right.
But for the fans, like, be generous and respect a player. Because think about it. If you see Dwayne Wade and his family, and let's just kind of think about this and imagine it. If some like obnoxious fan throws any kind of debris at Dwayne Wade, like that, there I'll be like, shame on you, dude. Because this man right here is doing what he can to support his kids, to make sure his kids have a great life. And what you're doing right there, like that's disrespectful, and that's also being stereotypical on certain things.
People are just hypocrites. And the one comment, I think me and D talked about it, and it made my stomach literally sick. And it all started after the slam dunk contest. And I saw something on Instagram, and it said, and I quote, since D Wade's kid admitted that it was going to be transgender, he hasn't been thinking straight. That alone just did it for me right there. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of stupid stuff when it comes to me, my family, my channel and whatnot. But that right there has to be the worst.
Nah,
gotta be one of the worst to ever say that, though.
Even worse. And it I don't know if anybody listened to the Shade Room or they look on Instagram's The Shade Room, but Lil Boosie in his comments. I'm not going to say the whole thing, but I bet you could probably catch on. Number one, what killed me was you didn't even respect his daughter by saying the correct pronouns. That's one. Number two, you told Dwayne Wade to not cut his, which is supposed to be hers, his off.
Who said that? Lil Boosie said that?
Lil Boosie said that. And
there's a reason why I don't listen to trash hip hop music anymore.
I call it mumble rap, man. Seriously.
Mumble rap sucks.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, MGK is a mumble rapper.
MGK is not a mumble rapper.
No.
We're going to get into it. We're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to that.
I guess nobody here has heard Benj.
Why Mal Gooley's saying that? Because he's an Eminem fan. That's why.
It's not even because of that. Because also, listen to Benj. You mean to tell me that Benj is not a mumble rap album?
Just because it's one song that's a mumble rap doesn't mean he's a mumble rapper.
The whole album. The whole album was mumble. Come on, D. You're the rap ballast.
But the most respect out of, I know that Dwayne Wade, we want to focus on Dwayne Wade because he's the athlete. Mm-hmm. He's the father of that. But we got to give strength to his daughter, Zaya. We got to, because honestly, I would have never known that, watching the interview on Good Morning America, seeing that Zaya came to the parents first. She came to them and explaining, like, this is me. Like, this is me. This is who I always wanted to be. So I just want to commend the whole Wade family for that, because if this was just a regular podcast and I really wanted to cuss and say what I wanted to say, trust and believe it would have been said. But I'm just trying to keep the integrity of the sports podcast and keep integrity of YouTube and Facebook. I don't want to go that route. But
plus, we don't have a censor button yet.
Yeah, and Lil Boosie, you're going to catch my wrath. You're going to catch it, and I'm going to tag you in it as well. But you're going to catch my wrath. It just won't be on like Instagram or something like that. But you're going to catch my wrath. But
hey, let's call Dante up. He got beats.
Oh Lord, don't leave Dante. Dante do have some great beats. I think he should do the Power intro all over again. But that's another story for another time, because Power intro was trash. But as far as NBA go, NBA does come back tomorrow. Thank God. Thank God. And the only reason why I say that, because my Sixers play tomorrow. We play the Nets, and we play at 8:00 on TNT.
I'm a Sixers fan tomorrow.
Do Chicago play tomorrow, Gooley?
I think the Bulls play tomorrow against the Hornets.
Oh.
And I'm going to say this right now. Jim Boland, since your job is actually, you don't even have a job after this season, I think it's time for you to actually know what you're worth. Please don't blow a 30-point lead like you did with the Lakers.
Oh, yeah. I stream that game?
Yep.
I streamed that game. I did a lot of play-by-play and reactions of that game. And the Bulls was up like 30-35 and the Lakers came back and beat them in the fourth quarter alone. Oh, that was That was terrible.
And then so D, so was I wrong about Boland? Is Boland trash as a head coach?
Boland been trash as a head coach. I've been told you that.
Not he's not strong enough. Like I would say, like a guy like maybe Eric Spoelstra or Doc Rivers or any of those guys. I mean, yeah.
But also to be honest, Chicago, I know you probably won't see this, but Mark Jackson or Coach K, for God's sakes, give us somebody.
I'd say Mark Jackson, honestly.
Give us Mark Jackson.
I would see Mark Jackson in Chicago. I would love to see that.
He would take Levine and turn him into a damn he'll take Levine.
So real quick, while we're kind of on this, like I'm going to touch upon this on my next podcast show on Saturday. So I do it on the weekend. Saturday and Sunday is when I do my podcast shows as well. I'm still kind of working toward like getting some interviews like that. And this is actually pretty cool. I like the fact that you guys do this kind of format here. So I'm going to look into that as well. But one of my good friends I've known for a long time, he's asked me a couple of questions from here. So the Eastern Conference, chances if anyone surpassing Giannis and the Bucks, and can the Celtics small ball starting lineup outlast against big teams like the Bucks and the Sixers? If it is possible, how does any team come playoff time beat Milwaukee?
You got to take Giannis out of it.
The same way they lost last year. Number one, when you get rid of Malcolm Brogdon, that's another one you lost off your bench. That's one. Number two, if you have Giannis not going to the paint and being as dominant, And just like RQ3 said in the comments, don't count out Toronto. Toronto is one of those teams too that can go toe to toe with when it comes to big men. It could go toe to toe. So you can't count Toronto out. But if you keep Giannis out the paint and keep him out the post, you gotta let everybody else beat you and not Giannis beat you. That's the only thing. And and Chris Middleton, I don't think he can carry a team. I don't think he can.
He can't.
No, I see Chris Middleton be like a solid number 3 in my opinion. So Milwaukee's got a very good set of guys. Like I'm not going to deny that with Giannis because he is the number 1. He is the top of this totem pole, and they got to solidify a guy that's a great number 2. And I think that that's the most important thing in the NBA. You look at the Clippers with Kawhi and Paul George. You look at honestly, like Utah, how they got, Donovan Mitchell and Mike Conley, because that's veteran experience right there.
Right.
Even the Lakers with LeBron and AD. But, so something like that can continue to keep this team rolling, because we know he's dominating the East for maybe the next 10 years or so. I mean, that's a given fact on this, but that's where I think they need to start finding some pieces and get a solid number 2.
Yeah, and I think the only way you're going to beat the Bucks, and I don't see the Bucks going far. I see them going to at least the Eastern Conference Finals and most likely losing, especially if you look at the film from last year. Now, Nick Nurse executed very well against Giannis in that Eastern Conference Finals. They executed very well. And I feel like Siakam can play the length against Giannis. And then you put a big body like a Serge Ibaka on a Giannis in the post. I think he could actually have Giannis not go to the basket as much. If you force Giannis to shoot, you got to have Middleton try to go to the basket. You got Bledsoe that got to go to the basket. Brook Lopez is down there too. So it's like you got the Lopez brothers. So I mean, they did upgrade as far as the big man position, but just keep Giannis out the paint. If you do that, then everything else should come into being, straight. But I don't know about Boston playing small ball against them. I wouldn't like that because Giannis still have the length to still, even if he does a 15-footer, let him take a 15-footer, but I don't think they have the height to keep him out of the paint. So I think Boston would lose to Milwaukee in the playoffs. Sixers, depending on how Joel Embiid is, if he can, I don't know why he say he dropped weight. Where the hell did he drop the weight at? I would like to see the weight being dropped off, because he still looks like he's too uptight. He doesn't look elusive enough. And he doesn't look like he's into it, like he was into it in the All-Star game. And I hope that flips the switch for my Sixers, because Ben Simmons is not going to play against Giannis. We all know this right now. He's not going to play anybody bigger than him. He's going to go up against Bledsoe, of course. Of course, it's going to be somebody smaller than him. But you're going to see Joel Embiid versus Giannis in the playoffs. You're going to see it.
Or Tobias Harris.
Tobias not gonna play on Giannis either.
He's not gonna play on Giannis. He may get like maybe 1, 2, if not 3 breaks, but he's not gonna. They're not gonna basically set the assignment for Tobias Harris to say, "Hey, go and get Giannis, go and get the Greek Freak," because ultimately he's not gonna win that battle. He's not gonna win that battle as much. But if you play it smartly, where you utilize Joel Embiid, because that's the only guy I can trust against him. And then start to utilize those playmakers and get Tobias Harris some time. Ben Simmons now can start to really shape his game up. Think of it this way. This is also, too, how Toronto shaped their game. And kudos to Kawhi Leonard, because this was a guy that elevated these guys. Siakam would not be in the position he is right now. Certainly not even guys like Serge Ibaka, which we know he's been a veteran for so long, and even Marc Gasol. And guys, honestly, Fred VanVleet, where the hell did this guy come from? So guys Fred like VanVleet. That. Yeah, so that's where guys can see that. And I think, and you do prove a point. I think Toronto, you can't count them out, because this was a team who was back here last year. They won a championship, so they know the vibe. And Nick Nurse, he's going to elevate this team any way he can, whether with or without Kawhi.
Even Miami too. I do like Miami.
Oh yeah, Miami. Don't sleep on Miami either.
Yeah, Miami defense is really good. I really liked how they play defense, and they play team defense. They're not all about individually, but like Tyler Hero and those young cats, and with having Jimmy Butler go down there, taking less money to be in Miami instead of staying in Philly. That tells me something right there. Like
he wants to win.
Not all about the money.
Yeah,
Jimmy Butler wants to win.
Yeah, that was a steal because look, for Philly, I mean, and for Philly and for Minnesota, because this was a two-part thing. Minnesota, because I think I've told you before too, Dorian, that after Andrew Wiggins finally gets traded away from Minnesota to go to Golden State, it's like, did it really take them this long to finally figure out Wiggins is not your guy? It's what cost you Kevin Love. It's what also cost you, like, you know, Ricky Rubio and a couple guys down the stretch.
Jimmy Butler too.
Yeah, and Jimmy Butler. And so finally they figured that out, and I'm glad Minnesota did something to get in return a guy like D'Angelo Russell, which I think shows potential in them. But aside from that, so for Philly in this case, when they got Jimmy Butler, they got a pure shooter. They got a guy that can put up points on, you know, on any given day with as many minutes as he gets on the floor. So I think with that, and knowing the transition with Ben Simmons, because they got to get him to click, they got to get him and MB to be in the same position, because they're both star players. They both want to win. They don't realize it. Like, you guys can both be champions, but you got to click. So losing somebody like that and Jimmy Butler going to Miami, like, I didn't expect Miami to be like this. So that tells me a lot of how much Miami has transitioned. And I made this point. If there's one coach under, like, when LeBron was with them, if there's one coach who's stayed in his position and never got fired, because the general manager, like, Pat Riley could have easily just given him the red card and said, you're gone. Eric Spoelstra. He was the only coach, even with or without LeBron, who still kept his job, figured some things out, and now they're finally in this position. It took Miami 6 years after LeBron to finally get to this position, to finally figure it out. So I never expected them to be like this. This is incredible.
Well, going back to Boston with small ball, if you want to talk about small ball, look at Houston.
How about
Houston is going to get shredded.
How about instead of small ball, let's call it Smurf ball? The shortest team in the NBA.
Speaking of small ball, the Houston Rockets, man. You got
I just said the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, but PJ Tucker at the number 5, man. Like,
yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. But also, to me, I think the Celtics can beat Milwaukee, to be honest with you. I think they can. I think they can, because I think right now, I think they can. I think what I believe the reason why Boston will win that series is bench. I think Boston has a better bench than Milwaukee.
Here's another point that I can give you. Jason Tatum.
Yeah,
maybe
Jason
not
Tatum.
even last year, but the year before, when Kyrie went down and Gordon Hayward was out of the season,
Jason Tatum
popped.
became a beast.
And Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown's another guy who's clicked with him.
Which I think he got snubbed from the All-Star game, but that's another talk for another time too.
And personally, I think there's only one weak link in Boston, and I think some Boston Celtics fans could agree and some might not agree. Marcus Smart. I think he's a weak link in that team.
Offensively, yes.
Defensively,
no.
Oh, defensively, no. But offensively, he's a weak link.
I think he's a type of player where he doesn't give you enough points, but he does give you extra possessions on offensive rebounds. He's a hustler. He's one of those hustlers type of players where he don't care about scoring. He does not care about scoring. If he could he could dive for balls, or he could get defensive rebounds, he could box.
He doesn't give up on plays, basically.
He don't give up on plays. That's what I like about Marcus Smart. I think he brings that toughness to the Boston Celtics. I mean,
think of it this way: he's like Patrick Beverley, honestly, of the Eastern Conference. When playing, that's the thing. Is like Patrick Beverley's the same way. It's like, I don't have to be the shooter because I got Lou Williams, I got Kawhi, and I got PG. So I got shooters with me. But if I need an important role player that can get into players' face, like what we've seen in LeBron twice now, that shook him up, and a bunch of other players, like that's actually pretty important. But here's another thing. I think a guy that can be very impactful for inside the paint and for defensively and second chance points, they got to learn how to utilize Taco Fall. I'll be honest with you, because
a 7'5" giant.
Yes, and that can very much be Boston's strong suit. But here's what I have to say: if I'm Brad Stevens, I don't need Taco Fall to be a special player. I have him for one role, and that is to be the tall guy. The tall guy. Block shot.
Used to coach.
Hell yeah, Butler, man.
Because we're used to coach. That's why I don't know. Maybe I'm just fanboying on Stevens, but he is a good coach.
Yes, and to me, so because Taco Fall, I knew coming into this league, a lot of people had questions of his health. Is he going to stay healthy? Because that's pretty risky. That's a tall guy. I don't even know how he carries himself that much, but to run back and forth on the court is very risky at that height and at that weight class. But for him, all I would need is like just to be my backcourt guy. I don't even need him to go and transition to the other side of the floor when we're on offense, but when we're on defensive transitions, kind of float along and be prepared. Be prepared either if somebody's taking a 3-shot or if somebody's coming at you at the paint. But that's where I think Boston needs to utilize that. Because if Giannis is coming at you at the paint, you better watch out for Taco, man. Because that, I think, is a great one-on-one matchup right there. Just to basically say, score a basket on me. Score a basket on me, I dare you.
And to be honest, I think in the Eastern Conference Finals, I think it will be Toronto and Boston. And wait, if I'm not mistaken, okay, I'm trying to think. D, in your division, it's the Sixers. It's the Knicks. Good God, the Knicks. the Raptors.
The Raptors and Boston Celtics is our kryptonite.
But are y'all in the same division? That's what I'm asking.
I think Sixers and Boston's in the same division. I think
ain't Toronto in your division too? I got the Knicks, but I don't know. Is there another team that's in your division? I know it's not Miami. Is it Miami?
Honestly, I really don't. That's let me go to the
yeah, because I think it's Miami, the Knicks, Toronto. I can't think of your division, and I'm gonna say this right now. Your division has to be the most competitive out of the whole entire Eastern Conference. Because if 4 teams are coming out from that division, that's a tough division.
Yeah, so the Atlantic division, the Atlantic division is Toronto, Boston, Sixers, Nets, Knicks.
And you got the Nets. Holy crap, you got 4 freaking teams
coming out of the Atlantic division.
Coming out of the Atlantic division alone, and then you got the Knicks. Sell the freaking team, Dolan.
Yeah, I have said this multiple times, seeing from the Knicks, man, because it's like, to me, it's the question of how many times are you going to continuously shoot yourselves in the foot? I really hope that the basketball gods, if there is some, could bless this Knicks organization. But geez, James Dolan, you gotta do something, man. Sell the team for goodness sake and move on.
And move on to your crappy house band. But, but at the same time, Stephen A. Smith likes the Knicks, so I want to see Stephen A. suffer just a little bit more.
He's been suffering for the last 25 years with the Knicks.
25 years is not enough.
Because don't we just love Stephen A. every morning where he's just like, I'm having a very bad day.
Yes.
I'm having a very bad day. I'm in no mood. I love Stephen A. Smith. I love it. It's
Stephen one of the worst days. Like, I don't want to talk to anybody. Ronnie Jones, I love that brother. I don't want to talk to you today.
Everybody, but I know you don't probably know Jake, but everybody on the YouTube for Spotlight Sports Talk think that I am Stephen A. Smith 2.0.
He is. Have you seen our football picks and predictions?
I think I have.
When it comes to Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens,
Keith,
I
Keith.
went in on them. I went in. It was just they call me Stephen A 2.0. When I get into a heated debate, I get like Stephen A Smith.
Oh, sure.
I'm like, that is blasphemy. That is asinine and all. I'll be saying all types of stuff.
You be saying soliloquy. You didn't have to say soliloquy right there.
Yeah,
and here's the thing. Like, look, like for us sports guys, I mean, we know this personally, and we even know this from other sportscasters out there, even from the top of the, in the big leagues. We see this all the time. Like, they're very, very passionate. That's why, to me, honestly, like how I got inspired to being in sports, building a podcast show and just be speaking with the fans. I got inspired by Colin Cowherd, honestly, listening to the Herd. And I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah, because some of the stuff be bogus with him. It does. Really bogus with him.
It does, but he does kind of bring some insight where he does kind of like point something out. I'm the kind of person that likes to kind of pick things out and maybe throw in some suggestions or so to make it better. It's not like like for certain projects, like when we were in school, we had a project and everybody had suggestions. You had this thing. It's like, well, let's tweak some things here and make it a little better. Like, that's what I'm all about. So, yeah. And like everybody has their passion for sports. And everybody expresses it very, very differently. But, man, if you are Stephen A 2.0, keep going at it, man. Who cares what anybody says? Like, there's a reason why you do what you do. You know what I mean?
Oh, man, especially when I do my Sixers live play-by-play.
Oh, my God. Those are the best.
And Ben Simmons is messing up. I go in. There's been times that I threw my Sixers hat down and like, you goddamn it, Ben Simmons trading behind.
Well, for me
on my Sixers, I really be going in on my Sixers. Damien Estrada says that Spotlight is a Stephen A and Skip Bayless mixed in one.
Nah, Skip Bayless doesn't have a backbone. That's why they got Max up there.
When it comes to NFL, I'm a little bit Skip Bayless in some instances, depending on what we're talking about. But
little brother, I know you. When it comes to your Raiders, you're a totally different person.
Oh, when it comes to my Raiders, I'm Stephen A. Smith.
You're Stephen A. Smith.
When it comes to like the Dallas Cowboys, and depending on what they're doing in that week, I'm like Skip Bayless when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, since we have Jacob, we have to get him into this saying when it comes to me on your show. Okay. A lot of people have said it best. I go for the throat on people, players, management, especially management.
We have our own segment on the NFL weekly show when we do the weekly show during the week. He has a show called Put They Ass on Blast.
And also, I had an award for Trash of the Year. Oh, by the way, Trash of the Year went to James Dolan, Team Stephen A. Smith, the Bears offense, and the Steelers because the Steelers. Oh, and Miami. Oh, and there's a lot of teams that won the award this year.
What's going on, Connor Burke? What's going on? He said cough, guard packs, cough.
Hey, cough, guard packs is no longer going to be in Chicago. Let me have that moment of peace. I already lost 22 pounds because of that.
I can say this, though. We haven't talked about this, though. I don't know how much y'all cover college because I know Malgully's wearing his favorite college team, Butler. But March Madness is next month, and we have not even mentioned it.
I mean, guys, that is my birthday month right there. March Madness. I love it.
I'm March
19th, man.
Who's the favorites? A lot of people say Baylor is the favorites.
Ooh.
But I think Baylor is going to be one and done.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But my Villanova Wildcats, when I tell you, we probably look okay right now. But once we hit that tournament,
Butler beat you. Oh, I'm sorry. Butler beat you.
Oh yeah, Butler beat us. But the thing about it is, when the last time Butler been to the Final Four?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
That's
the last time we were here.
We got a recent championship over Butler, so it's not.
Well, let me say this:
problem,
at least we're not like IU. At least we're not like IU.
Who you think might be going in? Winning the whole thing for March.
Personally, I know everybody's gonna hate me for this, but you can't sleep on the Blue Devils.
Look, nothing against Duke, but after Zion and RJ Barrett left, man, look, Duke is just like one of those teams that's stuck in the middle. They're going to get in, like they got their guaranteed ticket, but it's not going to be the same energy and the same vibe as it was a year ago. I'm sorry, but that's just me personally with how I look at Duke right now.
Yeah.
Connor Burke said it's hard not to pick Gonzaga.
I agree. Gonzaga's another team too that I don't sleep on.
Yeah, but my problem is with Gonzaga is they have always a great regular season, and they get to about at least a Sweet 16, and then boom, they're out of it.
Yeah,
I don't want to put I want to put high hopes on Gonzaga, but I'm just nervous about them. We have Iverson Vlog says his team is Kentucky. Kentucky might be a little bit sleeper, but I gotta go with my SEC rival, which is Tennessee. That's my number one college outside of Villanova. Tennessee is going.
Yeah, Villanova is looking good.
Villanova's looking good. Don't get me wrong. Villanova is my home team. Don't get me wrong, because you have Villanova, you got Temple, you got LaSalle, blah, blah, blah. Temple's not making it. They might make it to the NIT. LaSalle might make it to the NIT. Cool. Fine by me. But right now, if you want to talk SEC, yeah, talk about them Tennessee Volunteers right there. Women's and men's. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
And I can't even believe that Illinois is even in it. The Fighting Illini. They haven't been relevant since
Illinois, yeah.
God knows when. To be honest,
Illinois is not bad either.
Oh, they're not a bad team. I'm not saying that. It's just that all of a sudden they came out of nowhere, just like football last year. They came out of nowhere.
Well, I could tell you, because I just pulled up the rankings as well, just to kind of check it out for myself and kind of piece up a couple of teams up over here. Now, Baylor, as we mentioned, that's going to be as usually is always for number one seeds out there and throughout the whole season. It's a tough road, tough competition to just be the number one in the season and then winning the entire championship. It's very, very tough road. We've seen this happen with certain teams out there, but I think Baylor, Gonzaga, Kansas, a little bit of points me toward Kansas to be, pretty competitive in this tournament. Duke, as I mentioned, they'll be good, but they won't be as good as they were a year ago. Kentucky, another team too.
As well.
And Kentucky as well. Villanova as well, because Villanova, their programs, man, they continue to strive forward and be better, and we'll see how they favor. We'll see how most of these teams favor, but teams like that right there, because I don't make my thoughts yet until we're maybe 10 games left until we get ready for March Madness. That's just my opinion,
right?
Because sometimes
you gotta have each conference has a conference tournament too.
Right. And so by that time, I can finally predict who's the hottest team that can go through, so that it can help me during when we fill out our playoff brackets. We can look at all these teams after those last 10 games and say, okay, I think this team built their momentum and I think they're prepared for a longer run like this.
According to Connor Burke in the chat, he said it's a bunch of big teams that are actually shocking a lot this year. Penn State is another, and he said San Diego State is undefeated right now.
Oh yeah, San Diego State. They're an interesting program as well that I think has done very, very well.
And guess who came from San Diego State? Who came from San Diego State that's in the NBA right now? And they just said they might be the Jordan of this era.
Ooh,
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard, yep.
Who came from San Diego State. So
why?
Yeah,
I think retiring Kawhi Leonard's jersey in college might have motivated them to keep Harden did not go to no San Diego State.
No, he went to Arizona State. Yes.
I'm gonna say this right now because you don't know me that well, but this is what I normally do.
I'm scared.
And this is no, you shouldn't be scared though.
Okay, I'll just make it cool.
But with Kawhi Leonard being there, what next? Hey, if there's any Pacers fans in the chat, how does it feel to You guys could have had a dynasty. You guys actually drafted Kawhi, and then you traded him to the Spurs for George Hill.
Oh man.
Mm.
I'm not gonna say that's not a hard pill to swallow because it is. But look, I mean, benefit of the doubt. I mean, Danny Granger, Paul George, and
Danny Granger basically was going through the same thing that Zach LaVine is going through right now.
Yeah,
you didn't really give him help. I mean, you had that 1 year with Dunleavy and whatnot, but then what happened? Dunleavy goes to Chicago, and then and Pacers fans should know this too. It took them over a decade to have an identity because of the Malice in the Palace incident.
Mm-hmm.
You got Ron Artest to thank for that.
But before we get back into NBA, if you had to look at if the bracket started today, who would be your champion? If March Madness started today, who would be your winner of the whole March Madness tournament, the whole tournament?
Maybe Penn State is one of them. Just because anything can happen.
I'm a pick two. I'm a pick two that I know will represent the championship, and I feel like it may be Gonzaga and San Diego State. And I think at the end of it, it's going to be neck and neck. But I think Gonzaga, man. I'll be honest. I don't know how many years we've seen Gonzaga fight for this thing year after year.
Do you think they finally get over the hump?
I think they do. I've seen this program multiple times over the years, man, and they've produced some pretty interesting and good players. This program's been maintaining for as much as it has, but yes, I think this year they overcome that hump.
You know what? I think they're ready to come back with a vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody really talking about this team, but Texas Tech.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
Texas Tech is very underrated this year, knowing they went to the Final Four last year.
Mm-hmm.
I really like what Texas Tech is doing because I don't think Virginia is going to repeat. Virginia is just a bunch of nobodies right now. Virginia got their win last year. And that's what it is.
So let me ask you guys, because I think it's a close race. I saw this as well, because that 25th spot ended up in that ranking, like Texas Tech, Michigan State, and even Michigan. Like beginning of the year, Michigan State, even from last year when I'd seen how Winston played, I thought he was a very, very good player, real good defense, and really produced for Michigan State. And it's hard to take a toll like that. But I would agree with you. I would think Texas Tech finds a way to push themselves in, and they could be an interesting team throughout the tournament.
Oh, I didn't know Dayton was a top 5 team.
Yeah, Dayton's a top 5.
That might be one of my sleepers. If Dayton can make it to the Final Four, that's going to be my sleeper. That's going to be my one sleeper team that can make it through the Final Four is Dayton. Thank you, Connor. I'm going with that. Because UNC is we haven't talked about either, and they're gonna be one. They remind me of Duke. They're not as great as they were last year. They lost a lot of players to the NBA. But
they keep on coming back.
I can see UNC and Duke playing it in the tournament. I can see it. I would love to see it. I think it's great for basketball if it happens. Of
course. I've always pushed for it. I even pushed for it last year when they had Zion and North Carolina had some really good players. I really pushed for it. It was like all of us in baseball, like we wanted that Dodgers-Yankees World Series. I'm not kidding. All of us pushed for that. So It almost had the same feel.
And the reason why I say that is because if you look at the early UNC and Duke game when Duke made the game-winning shot in UNC last weekend, oh my God. It was ridiculous. Like the Duke made the last. I don't know who shot the. I don't know if it was was it this past week or the week? It was the week before.
It was the week before last.
Yeah, it was the week before
that game
last.
was crazy.
In UNC, and it was an overtime, and Duke made the game-winning shot. I would love to see a game like that again. I would love to see a game like that again. Put Duke and UNC in the tournament against each other. Great for basketball. Great ratings.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
I
very,
agree.
very great ratings. But which would get it? I think TNT will show it. Oh, hands down, TNT.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a big market. So yeah,
Of course,
I think
and
the Turners will spend a lot of money for that to make it happen.
oh, of course, and the other thing, since we mentioned about this too, with it's like primetime field games like this. But this was one of the points that I remembered hearing a while back about how the NBA has shaped to the way it is today, with a lot of these young kids and developing from college to the pros. Like you get a bunch of these one and done guys. Like years ago, hardly did we have something like that. Now all these kids are developing in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I just feel like the NBA needs to embrace college basketball a little more. Seriously, like
I've been saying this for years, man.
Yes, I do, because here's the thing. I work for a company. The owner, his son was a redshirt freshman over at Arizona, and this was when DeAndre Ayton was playing. And at that time, it was so difficult to play in a spot like that. And this is a kid who out here in the Vegas Valley, his school went to the state championships. They were very competitive, and they produced some really good players, including him. He's a tall kid, knows how to rebound, second chance shots. And so kids like that grow on this, that thrive on this, and go to the NBA, and it's like it's a blessing because they're here. That's what I think NBA needs to embrace that a little more.
They need to embrace the college game so much more. I think that they have so much. They make millions and millions of dollars. Put some type of endorsement into college basketball. Like, be an advocate for college basketball. Like, just
right.
Like, I see how the WNBA embraces women's college basketball. Why the NBA can't do that for just the men's game? That's
right.
It just don't make any sense to me. I do like the fact that I don't want to go off topic, but I do have to put it out there that the NBA is finally starting to pay WNBA players. I'm happy about that. They have a new CBA where the WNBA, they can start making at least $500,000 a year, which they was only making 50 to 70 grand a year as a WNBA player. So you got the money, NBA. Do something with college basketball. Be some type of advocate or something.
And I'm also going to say this because she goes to our church. Congratulations to Mika Catching, because she deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've even talked about this in my last episode since those names came out. Like, great for everybody represented in the finalists, man. Seriously, like to me personally, I think Kobe will be, in my opinion, a unanimous winner, because outside of MJ, what he's brought to the table, working day in and day out, whether he was healthy or he was hurt, Mamba mentality changed like the way we look at the game today. It does, because if you want it so bad, go and train and fight for it. You gotta earn your minutes. That's what Kobe was trying to teach with some of these guys. Whether people will say, "Oh, he's selfish" or he's all about himself, but that was his mentality. Because absolutely. I even covered this, and you guys can comment on it as well. I made a question that was very impactful: is what did Mamba mentality mean in your life? Like, how did it impact you to where you are today? And you look back and say, man, it really shaped my life to where I enjoy what I do right now, whether it's sports casting or any business in the country. What did you do in that moment that got you here? Very impactful.
It is.
I gotta say this, and I know I'm going off topic. But Jake, I got a bone to pick with you. Not really a bone to pick, but I know you live in Vegas.
Oh boy.
I live in Vegas. But you're a Bolts fan.
I am.
He's a Chargers fan.
He's a Chargers fan?
Listen, guys. I know. Look, I can't begin to tell you how much I've got that reaction over here. Now listen, I love the fact that the NFL is coming to Vegas. Okay, it's bringing a lot of revenue, and it sucks to say, but it's bringing a lot of Californians. I don't like that. I don't like that idea. Okay, they need to know our laws. They need to know how to drive up out here. So that's one thing off topic on that. But overall, it's bringing a lot of revenue because you got sports bet out here. That's why people come out to Vegas for those sports bets, and mostly for the NFL. And so, to me, I've been a Bolts fan since I was 6. I bolt up to the day that I die, man. And I will tell you this, the NFL draft, there's so much that can happen here. Tua, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I've been getting a lot of responses about Jordan Love.
I heard a lot about him as well, too.
And these guys right here can be very, very impactful, surprisingly so quickly. I've been seeing a lot of these quarterbacks. Like, we didn't see Lamar Jackson come out the way that he has. We didn't see Patrick Mahomes be a steal of the draft and him to play
draft that year.
Yeah, like nobody expected this kind of performance. So guys coming in from college and training for the NFL is incredible because, look, let's be honest. We all grew up at the times of watching Brady and watching Rivers, watching Breeze, Favre, Manning, like
Roger.
Like that right there was like, to us, you couldn't win games without those quarterbacks.
Right.
That's my honesty. And now, because it's getting younger, it's getting faster, and it's getting a little bit more efficient, like, it's changed. It's changed to where everybody wants a mobile, out of the pocket quarterback and ones that can make a throw. Now, I will say this. Jacob Eason, because I've been hearing a lot about him. Again, he's got a very great arm. No doubt about that. But his judgment calls as a quarterback needs to fix. I wished he probably should have taken one more year at Washington to work on that. But anywhere that he goes, hopefully it's not to an unstable organization, because that's just going to tear him apart.
I'm sorry, but since you being a Chargers fan and all,
sure.
I'm just gonna say right now, Spanos, please sell the freaking team.
Oh.
But that's not the real reason. Tyrod. So, do you think Tyrod Taylor can take you to the promised land? Something that that Phillip Rivers. Well, I can't say Phillip Rivers couldn't do, but the problem was that I think Phillip Rivers is probably the best QB you guys had in a minute.
Oh, no doubt.
In a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But why do you think that, he couldn't get to that extra hump? Was it coaching, or was it just the Spanos family being the Spanos family?
Well, listen, I've had my ears plugged in on radio shows and everything for like a span of days, maybe even months. But I will be honest with you, Phillip Rivers, I love the guy. Very, very competitive. There's no question. And he very much, he's got the talent years ago to very much be a productive quarterback. It's not to say that's a knock on Drew Brees, because Drew Brees was the same way. But
I think I gave up on Drew Brees a little bit too early, but that's another story for another time.
Yeah, they gave up on him very, very early. And I still say I think either one could have very much have driven this team. But here's my issue with this. I've been very critique about this, but the Spanos family, they've had their moments of a lot of mistakes. Okay, look, think about it. Do you know how hard it is to wake up in the morning and just to carry the vibe of saying Phillip Rivers is another Dan Fouts? I'm serious. It haunts me, because Dan Fouts at that time with Don Coryell and Charlie Joyner and Kellen Winslow, that was the missing rings team right there. They should have won a championship. But here was the other problem, and it's always been the same issue for years. Offensive line.
Yes.
It's been the issue for years, and that's why guys like even Fouts have had his moments of being hurt. Drew Brees has had his moments of being hurt, and that's why they gave up on him so early. Phillip Rivers, he played on a torn ACL in a championship game.
Yeah.
Against the Patriots. So I still think it was a bad vibe of the way they had to let him go. But let's be honest. in a division that's full of pass rushers like Chubb and Miller, Chris Jones and Frank Clark, Bosa and Ingram. Like there's chock full, and it's a tough division.
Yeah.
But you cannot have an unathletic quarterback and even somebody that makes mistakes as he does. I'm not saying he doesn't take risks, because he does, but sometimes, yeah, absolutely. So my opinion of this, they need to bolster that offensive line. I've covered this before, and I've said this, because the one thing that's going to be big on the market, and depending on who trusts the idea, is bringing in Tom Brady. You're bringing in the GOAT. He's won 6 Super Bowls, but he's going to be 43. He's not getting any younger. It's a hard, dicey gamble. But to me, and it's funny. So Koo down here, he basically said they need to draft Justin Herbert. I agree. I like the kid. And they've been very much speaking about him and his judgment calls when he was at Oregon and some of the tough competition he had in the Pac-12. But I still think he just didn't have star wide receivers as he would if he came to the Chargers with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. But they need to shape that defense or the offensive line.
And then what do you do with I'm sorry.
Oh, so yeah, the offensive line is a huge issue with this. It's been an ongoing issue for years. So I do think that during the free agency, they need to start looking for some attractive free agents out there, maybe even get somebody in the draft throughout that. But you got to protect your franchise quarterback. That's what this league in this era has become now. We've seen that just in this past Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes and Jimmy Garoppolo. And you got to protect your quarterback. You got to give him some help.
And well, since somebody said, or Stafford to LA, Jesus Christ. Look, no. Stafford is good where he's at.
Look, just imagine though. Now, just imagine if he did go to the West Coast, because Matthew Stafford, I feel like he has a lot of left in the tank, but I just feel like he's not
consistent.
It's not even consistent. It's just that he's at a team that never wins.
Because it's the Lions.
The Chargers has more winning seasons than the Detroit Lions, and that's telling you something.
Because the Lions is being owned by a family that rather do cars than worry about football operations.
But here's the other thing: a car can't work if you tweak up the right, if you tweak up the right parts. You got to get that engine running. So
and also, what do you do with the Melvin Gordon situation?
All right, so we know Melvin Gordon, of course, he's going to be getting a lot of offers. But think about this. We didn't expect Austin Eckler, and I had him in my fantasy team as well this past season, but for him to be productive as he is right now. And I think part of this, too, is Anthony Lynn, because Anthony Lynn has been a running backs coach since Denver. So to me, he makes an impact on running backs. Like even not just Eckler, but even guys on the third string like Justin Jackson. Justin Jackson,
good in fantasy. I had him a few times in my fantasy leagues.
Yeah, he was a great option just to have as like an important player where you need important points in crucial situation and crucial matchups. So to me, whether we bring him back or we don't, I will still be okay with the running back situation, because I'm still getting a guy that can both run and catch. Because honestly, like, running backs nowadays don't get much love in this league. It's all quarterbacks and wide receivers league, and running backs. That's why they go through running backs like diapers. Not a whole lot of them really last in this league, but it's nothing against them. And I don't say they don't deserve some of the money, because look, I can talk about Le'Veon Bell all day, but Le'Veon Bell, you got to play, man. You got to play to earn your pay. Okay.
Yeah, that $14 million, that he, ticked away when he was with the Steelers.
Yeah, and I talked to a buddy of mine, and he said this every time was, well, look at the stats. I don't care what the stats said 5 years ago, okay? Because Big Ben has been a quarterback that can take you there. He's had moments like that, even with Antonio Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster. So he's had guys around him, like the Rooney family in Pittsburgh. They're not idiots. They know how to take care of their offensive players, and their offensive players is going to get better. They're going to get better.
In my personal opinion, I just feel like the Pittsburgh Steelers mistreated Le'Veon Bell, because he had a Pro Bowl year going into his contract year,
and they didn't pay him.
They didn't pay him. The guy was the best running back in the NFL that year and led the league in rushing that year. You gotta pay him. There's no way the Rooney family, y'all should have paid Le'Veon Bell, because if you notice, without that offensive line, look what he did in New York. He became more of a catching running back more than just in between the tackles, because they don't have an offensive line in New York.
Right.
And the thing about it is, with Le'Veon Bell, he was playing for a team that had probably one of the best front seven in all of football, probably, with the Steelers. And also, the problem with the Steelers, and I've been focusing on them a lot lately too, but the Rooney family is another team that needs to develop a culture change. And personally, and this is just me, and I know y'all might disagree with it, but I think Tomlin should have been fired last year. That 2018 season was atrocious. Like, the way he got into the media saying that when they lost to the Raiders, no disrespect to D's Raiders, but like, for him to say, "Oh, we lost to the flow of the game," like, wait, flow? There was no flow into that offense, and also to the fact too that Tomlin always uses his high-end talent to save him. And plus he always go by like this, the fundamentals and not living, in our fear. It's the same cliche with Mike Tomlin. And also, like, how long has he been a coach for? Like 10 years, 12 years?
About 10 years or so.
Yeah, it's about 10 years.
And he still can't manage the game clock.
Well, here's where I'm going to counter argue on that, because you do bring up some very valid points about Mike Tomlin and the way that he has coached for numerous years. But I will tell you right now, last year, because this was can we all agree? Last year showed everybody's truths about every organization in the NFL, because how does every team not like their quarterback? They switch quarterbacks, or quarterbacks get hurt, and then all of their star players get hurt. So at this year, I think this was the opportunity to test how good is coaching in all those places.
And his coaching was good. Yeah. And for Anthony Aguilera and RQ3, I'm not saying Tomlin is a bad coach. I'm just saying
need of a change.
It need a bit of a change. And I know it's not all Tomlin's fault. You got to also put Big Ben too, because in 2018 he thought it was a great
last 4 or 5 games last year.
No, like, here's the thing, but no, he was out for the remainder of the season last year. But the way, what I'm saying, back in 2018, it was okay for him to criticize players, to criticize his own teammates. To me, that's, I think, one of the reasons why Le'Veon left, because of Big Ben and his attitude. Sure. And it just makes me laugh that Ben. Remember that interview that Ben said to the Steeler faithful, saying that, like, we need to follow him, and how immature everybody on the team is. Wow, it's so hypocritical for him to say that, because let's remember he got in trouble for walking out on bars on tabs, and then the rape allegation. Right. I'm like, Big Ben, you're as more immature than AB and Le'Veon is. So it's like I said, the Steelers now, to be honest, they need a whole reboot. They need a whole reboot. Mason Rudolph is not the guy.
No, he is absolutely not the guy. And I'll be honest with you, with the way that I look at this is
even Duck Hodges. Duck Hodges has promise, but even he has moments.
Yeah. And honestly, like, because look, I don't even know how much that Big Ben has left in the tank with that many concussions, dude. I'm very surprised he can even still think straight.
And the thing about it is, he's only staying to fill his contract because he knows he's got $30 million waiting for him next season.
Right. So I think at this point with Pittsburgh, and you're absolutely right, a culture change. But this is what every single NFL franchise needs to do. My team's doing the same thing. The Chargers need a culture change. We need a winning culture change, because I'll be honest with you, this right now with what we're going through is like what we experienced in 2012. And let me break this down for you, because throughout the time before 2012, we had great defensive guys, we had great offensive guys, but we couldn't figure out our offensive line. And then what happens? Peyton Manning signs a deal with Denver, and then Denver takes our defensive players, our offensive players, and then now we start stinking it for the next couple of years. Exactly. And so, for us, what's to say that, because this is what they need, what our division needs to do now, because with Patrick Mahomes is here. He's here now, and he's here to stay, and we got to find a way to figure him out. Because and this is why, too, I put this on a post, and you guys can comment in on it as well, because I talked about the possibilities of bringing Tom Brady. Because I'll be honest, all I ask for is 2 years. That's it. Everybody freaked out on me, and these are all so-called Charger fans. I don't even know who's still around, but let me say this. 2 years on Tom Brady.
About this one.
Tom Brady for 2 years, because we've got offensive guys, but we need an offensive line to protect that quarterback. And only for 2 years, I can gamble with that, because if we can win a Super Bowl, whether it's the first or the second year, I'll be fine with that. But we got to do it quick, because listen, Joey Bosa says he wants to play with his brother Nick. So I don't want to lose. I do not want to lose Joey in this process. So that is why you need to do that. And the other thing, you draft a quarterback, because you still need to do that, because you need a quarterback for the future. And that's why Justin Herbert, he can learn from Tom Brady under those 2 years, because it's not Tom's team. It's going to be the next franchise quarterback that learns from him. And that's going to be either Herbert's team or Tua's team, or even Jordan Love's team, or maybe even surprisingly Joe Burrow. But that is where this draft is going to be very, very fun to watch. And me and a buddy of mine, we're going to try to see if we can sneak in to try to just look at the first pick of the draft on each of our teams, and then we're dipping out of there, because it's going to be wild, and it's going to be a lot of fun in the Vegas Valley, man. I tell you.
So I want to shout out to the Coach Plays. The Coach Plays, he is a Tennessee Titans fan. He just loves all tennis. I think it's all Tennessee sports that's in Tennessee. So shout out to Coach Plays. Thank you for coming in. Connor Burke says that he said that he's gonna say that Mike Tomlin is a bad coach.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't say he's a bad coach. It's just that he can't control his players.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He said when it comes to elite players, he has no control over elite players.
He doesn't.
And then Connor Burke says that Sonic QB and get Isaiah Simmons, or sit with a Tyrod Taylor for a year. Anthony Aguilar says Cowboys should get Tom Brady with him with the O-line and Zeke. It would be amazing. That is definitely very unrealistic when you're trying to repay Dak Prescott. So that's definitely out. Coach Play says Joey's not going anywhere for a while. The Chargers would tag him and won't let that happen. Thank you for streaming and a great chat. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Coach Play, since you're a Titans fan, I'm sorry, D, I didn't mean to cut you off. I want to talk about the Titans here for a little bit.
You gotta take them out the trash can. You gotta take the Titans out the trash can.
This is the closest thing I can take out.
You gotta take the Titans out the trash can, because you put them in the trash can.
I did. And I apologize to that Titans fans. You grew a pet. You grew a set. But now the bigger question is, what the heck do you do now? Who's getting paid? Who's getting franchise tag? What is the smart thing to do is Henry needs to get paid.
Henry's going to get paid.
Henry's going to get paid.
This how's going to go down. Henry's going to get paid. Mariota and Tannehill's going to be the starter.
Oh yeah, Mariota's.
Yeah, I honestly believe they should franchise tag Ryan Tannehill for sure. They need to, because even at that point, it's not like he's not going to get paid. He's not going to have his payday. Even a franchise tag is not. It's not cheap either. It's pretty expensive. It's the same thing that, as I said, like for getting Hunter Henry, you tag him. And Connor Burke, he said this. This is absolutely what I agree with. Don't pay Henry, tag him. Absolutely. So, but Mariota, he's done. He's done.
Why not pay Henry? I'm lost.
Zeke. Oh, I'm not paying Henry Zeke money.
I think Henry won't get Zeke money.
He'll just get money that's.
I think he will get. I think he'll get a nice contract, but he's not going to get Zeke's money.
No,
No.
he'll not go get Zeke's money.
Yeah, he
So
got a nice contract. I mean, you can't put it past Henry. He was the leading rusher this year in the NFL.
Also for Tennessee, I think Tennessee needs some more defense, mostly in that linebacker core.
Mhm.
Okay, so Coach Play says hot take for you equals that Henry should not get paid the highest running back money in the league, but he said he does not produce in the passing game like Elliott, Gurley, or Bell.
Mm.
That is the big
okay.
Coach Plays.
Well,
I'm loving it.
Okay, so the question is here, how much do you pay Henry? For how many years? I'm thinking 4 years. 4 years.
I'd be fine with that.
4 years. I think he'll get paid 4 years. Tannehill gets the
Franchise
Tannehill
tag.
will get
Yep.
the franchise tag. Mariota is gone, and that gives you, some money to spend on free agency. Maybe if the Titans somehow, some way have enough money, even though it's very unrealistic, but you never know. Emmanuel Sanders? Tennessee?
I can't see Emmanuel Sanders going there.
No, I don't
can't see
either.
it.
I think Emmanuel Sanders, honestly, whether he wants to stay in San Francisco or he wants to go elsewhere, but I think that that's a vibe that Sanders wants to be around. He needs to be somewhere where he can, because again, he's another guy that he's not going to get any younger, but he's a great mentor to so many young receivers, but receivers that are ready to play the game. I think, to me, Tennessee's receivers are going to be fine. I made this prediction. 2 receivers I had in my fantasy lineup that I predicted would pop: DK Metcalf and AJ Brown. I had both those guys right there because AJ Brown is something else, man.
Yeah, he's a different type of ball player. He's a dog.
Absolutely. And DK Metcalf, because Russell Wilson. Okay, Russell Wilson elevates everybody. And since Doug Baldwin retired, and I don't trust Tyler Lockett as much, but I'm not saying he's not a productive receiver, but he's not my number
league.
Right. And so like DK Metcalf's my kind of guy that I can maybe consider a number 1, and that elevate, because without Russell Wilson, Seattle would never be the franchise that they are right now.
And now with Seattle having Greg Olsen,
that's another one.
Yeah.
I'm not too big on Greg Olsen going to the Seahawks because the guy can't stay healthy. After week 7.
No, but I do see him like being a veteran presence for a guy like maybe right, and like a guy like Will Dissly. I like Will Dissly, so I think that's going to elevate his game even more. So don't be surprised if you may see Dissly get more snaps than Olsen does, and Olsen comes in for situational plays.
Yeah, Olsen signed with the Seahawks. Coach Plays. He signed with the Seahawks. So Coach Plays thinks that Henry could go for 4 years for $12.5 million or $13 million over the 4 years. Probably as guarantee money. I can see that. That's not too bad.
And with the next question is pay Tannehill $30 million a year or Tom Brady $30 million a year?
No.
Tannehill is not.
No.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of paying Dak $30 million, and Dak is a 27, 28 mil guy.
It was a question. The question is to pay Tannehill for a year or pay Tom Brady $30 million for a year. That was
well, I will tell you this. I mean, again, I think with the way that they worked with Ryan Tannehill, I don't want to give that up. If I'm Tennessee, I don't want to end up giving that up. That's why a franchise tag is smart. But I don't see $30 million in a franchise tag. Maybe more like a 26, 27. Okay, look.
I'd say more like
I say 22,
23 mil.
22, 25 mil.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the other thing, because
what?
Wait, I agree. Tannehill is not worth $30 million a year, but wait, Tannehill's asking for 30. Oh, Tannehill, you're a free agent. You're a free agent.
Just shoot yourself in the foot with that one.
But to be honest, you know what the sad part is? I can actually see Tennessee doing it.
Yeah,
I'm surprised
because it's the Titans.
I wouldn't
because it's 1 yard short.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Coach Plays. I'm not trying to get on the Titans enough last season.
Oh, here's an interesting one. So Coach Plays says this: think of Brady with a run game of Henry and A.J. Brown and Corey Davis and Jonnu Smith. Sounds pretty nice. Look, I can't disagree with you there. I don't, because look, A.J. Brown, he's going to be a very, very good productive wide receiver for the future in this Tennessee organization. Henry, to me, if he keeps the production that he did this past season, I mean, he could be a modern day Earl Campbell, in my opinion. He's a big, strong dude. So again, these are dicey things that organizations, I'm sure, are talking about the same thing we're talking about. But that's where we have to kind of think outside the box with this. I would be fine. Like, I think Tom Brady could be very much elevating to it and he's got an offensive line. He's got a good defense that backs him up. Maybe they need to get a couple more pieces, but I don't see that being a bad idea to get him.
I don't see that as a bad idea,
but Connor Burke said, hot take, Titans let Henry walk and draft a running back.
No.
Oh, no. That'd be stupid.
No.
Ooh, Tennessee. I would smack Tennessee.
But I feel like I wouldn't let Henry walk. I wouldn't let Henry.
If they let Henry walk, where would he go? Henry will probably be a Green Bay Packer, and it would literally make me angry.
Oh yeah, knowing as a beer.
Listen, you know who the last big guy at Green Bay was? Eddie Lacy.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You don't do this to this man.
Well,
the second
Eddie
he
Lacy
goes,
but Eddie Lacy wasn't as athletic as what Derrick Henry is. Derrick Henry's a little bit more elusive than Eddie Lacy. Eddie Lacy was just fat and lazy. He was a lazy ass.
Yeah, that's true.
So
also Bridgewater is also asking for $30 million. As much as I want Bridgewater, as much as I want Bridgewater to be a coach, I think, and not coach, to be the coach for Trubisky to learn. Bears, do it. I would pay him $30 million.
I would take Bridgewater over Tannehill for $30 million. I would do it.
I would, yeah. And look,
I would pay Bridgewater.
Think of it this way. I look at Teddy Bridgewater like the same way I would look at Jimmy G. And I will say this for an argument on this, because Jimmy G has learned under Tom Brady for 3 years.
Yes.
And get him to this point. Do you even know what Kyle Shanahan's record is without Jimmy G? It's the worst. He cannot handle himself against the Rams or the Seahawks without their star quarterback.
That's true.
Yes, and so putting Jimmy G, and look, last year's Super Bowl, I know what people want to talk about Jimmy G and doubting him, but look, they wouldn't be anywhere without him. A guy that's a true playmaker. I think throughout the Super Bowl, he made some great throws, but there were throws too that like just didn't go their way. It's not Shanahan's fault because he's an offensive genius, and same with Jimmy G. But you got to give him kind of a little bit of some rope here.
Yeah.
But I think at this point, because Teddy Bridgewater is a hot free agent right now for as far as quarterback goes. And look, I can even say he could be perfect fit for the Chargers as well.
Yeah.
If they want to take a gamble on this guy. But I don't think Chicago would be a great fit because there are a few things that need to
our
fill
defense.
In the space.
Okay, wait a minute. We'll get to the Bears here in a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Nagy had a good year. The second year, it proved that he needs to do one thing that's every coach needs to do. He needs to low-key either have someone else cause the plays or he needs to change his game plan, his playbook a little bit.
He needs to change his game plan because he made Trubisky look like crap this year.
He did, and Trubisky looked great 2 years ago, 2018.
Real quick, I love what Coach Place said right here. Pay attention to this. I let Henry walk before I pay him $16 million a year. Because answer this question for me. How many Super Bowls have teams won who pay running backs top money? Rams, Cowboys, Jets? The answer is 0. I'm not. Well, here's the thing, though. I would say this, too, about quarterbacks. I would say the same with quarterbacks.
Are you talking all time, or are you just talking in the last couple
25 years?
Well, I think he would talk about. I think it makes it sound like it's recent. It makes it sound like it's recent because think of it this way: we looked at the Rams the last year, and they played poorly against New England, because
they didn't belong there.
it's not that they didn't belong there, because I still think the defense was good and they did have some good offensive weapons on the receiver side, but Todd Gurley was not himself. We learned the truth of that in the conference championship and in the Super Bowl. That was kind of hard to really take that in.
The last type of guy that had top money that actually won a Super Bowl, it wasn't really top money, but he was still a I don't know. I don't think he was at the top at the end of his career. I could say Jerome Bettis. I could say
the bus.
I could say Jerome Bettis.
The bus.
And honestly, the Eagles won the Super Bowl with a running back by committee, so that's different. I can't really think. It's not.
Coach Plays, you gave us a tough one here because I can't even think about it right now.
When it comes to running backs, I don't see a running back being a factor in the Super Bowl anymore because we are in a pass-happy league. So when it comes to, Zeke winning his money, getting his money, and Gurley getting his money, at the end of the day, if your offensive line and your defense can't do shit, then you're not going to win a Super Bowl.
That's true.
Yeah, this is true. This is absolutely true.
And that's why I felt the way I felt with Lamar Jackson and Mark Ingram and that Baltimore Ravens run. I mean, don't get me wrong, they went 14-2, but the shit was a failure. It's still a failure year.
It was a failure season.
It's still a failure season because Lamar Jackson throwing ability.
But do you blame? Do you blame all of it on Lamar, like these other Ravens fans have done?
I'll make this point. I'll make this point about
Lamar.
No. Only look, Lamar Jackson. Because I also broke this down too. Imagine this between Lamar Jackson and Michael Vick, because we love to have this quarterback comparison. Okay, think of what Michael Vick had to go through in his playing career. He did not have the kind of build that Baltimore has with Lamar Jackson. That was very hard to do that. But Lamar Jackson,
don't get me wrong, which it is.
Yeah.
It came down when the game mattered.
Yes.
Lamar Jackson cannot make all the throws when the game matters. And I've been saying this for the last 2 years. When he does all this great stuff in the offseason, but he shoots himself in the foot every time the last 2 times he's been in the playoffs.
And it's also been shown that he cannot. This is what he'll be his third season, right?
His athletic ability, I just think his mechanics as a quarterback has to be better. If he wants to get to the next level of the best quarterbacks in the league, his mechanics has to be better.
Well, and I think again, this is his mentality is whatever people tell him, whatever needs to be fixed. He's going to be trust me. I'm sure he's listening to us right now, and he's probably going to end up fixing himself during the off season to adjust to be a better playmaking, strong throwing quarterback. Of course it is, because he's very, very coachable. You got to give him that. But there are some things that Baltimore needs to adjust to that to be better in that playoff stretch. And you're absolutely right. But here's the argument I'm going to make on this. Lamar Jackson, because my very first NFL game, I went to LA to watch the Chargers play the Ravens, not last year, but the year before. And that was a tough game to watch because Lamar Jackson was really, really good in that game. But learning Baltimore within a span of 2 weeks is very tough for Baltimore to get a win and then hope for that same exact result. That table turned when the Chargers found them out. Yeah. And that's where I think Lamar needs to he's going to get better at his game. I'm not getting off the ship this early. I still think he's going to be a better quarterback and he's going to develop. But yes, he does need to get that experience.
He needs to prove something to me. I think going 14-2 didn't prove nothing to me because your schedule was pretty nice. It wasn't as competitive. You did play some good teams, but I just feel with when it comes to the Baltimore Ravens, I don't know. I think they're really missing a number one receiver, a true
A
number.
true receiver.
Hollywood Brown, but Hollywood Brown is not a number one receiver in this league. He's not. And I feel like now you have a draft where a bunch of talented wide receivers are coming out, and you got a lot of wide receivers coming out of free agency as well. You got to go get that number one to help these youngers, because now if Lamar Jackson is going after the tight end, and not getting no ball to the receivers, like Willie Snead was a good wide receiver in New Orleans. He went to Baltimore and he was a shit show. That's just my personal opinion for what I've seen on the field.
Yeah.
But I just feel like if Baltimore go get that number one that Lamar can rely on, it helps out in the running game and it helps out deep down the field. It helps out the younger receivers that's under that veteran receiver. So I think if Lamar just get that one target, he'll be fine.
Now that'll be interesting. Again, this all has to deal with free agency, and this also has to deal with the draft as well. I'm not going to lie, because I still think that this draft, there is going to be a lot of pieces shifting. So in Baltimore's case, where they need to find a true number one wide receiver, where do you find that guy? Do you find him in free agency, or do you find him in the draft? Because let's look at free agency. I mean, you got AJ Green, which I don't even know where he's going to end up, and there are a lot of places that say maybe New England takes a gamble at him, but we're not sure. We're not sure where he might end up going, and if he can stay healthy to be productive. I still think he can, but again, it's an organization that's willing to want to roll the dice. That's the question we want to ask for them. Amari Cooper's another very, very good name out there, but if you look at the draft, like CD Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jerry Jeudy, I estimated there are 50 receivers, and this is a receiver heavy draft. So anybody that can come into an organization and develop, because the fact that this league is it's shifting to where the quarterbacks are getting younger, I feel like their chances of being a productive wide receiver are they're high. They're high.
Wait.
They have
I have to agree, because even with in my mock draft, I do have my Raiders picking CD Lamb at number 12. I see it.
Mm-hmm.
We need it.
Absolutely.
We need it at that. We need it at that position, knowing that it didn't work out with us for Antonio Brown. And
by the way, you're very welcome for Tyrell Williams. By the way,
I mean, we all know that Tyrell. I knew Tyrell Williams was not a number.
You can call on Tyrell.
We knew that Tyrell Williams was not a number one receiver in this league. We knew that for a fact. That's why we went out and got him, because we had the number one in Antonio Brown at the time.
Yes, but he is a very productive receiver, and I was very happy that he found a home that he can now show off his skills and be the best that he can be in that Raider organization. And I'll be honest, away from receivers, I hope, because I've been getting a lot of these talks, okay, and I want to see the proof for myself. Give me the mortgage paper if Tom Brady bought a mansion in Vegas. Okay, give me that. If you're going to give him 2 years, $60 million, are you out of your mind?
If the Raiders do get Tom Brady, I think that's a big slap in the face to Derek Carr.
Well, yes, it is. It very much is, because Derek Carr, look, outside of Tom Brady, who is anybody else that I can name in this league who in fourth quarter plays, when the game is on the line, can slow the game down, build momentum, and control your composure and lead the team to victory? Derek Carr is on it. Well, and Tom Brady has been, but I've seen some of those moments with Derek Carr.
Yeah,
I have.
He has almost 8 to 10 fourth quarter comebacks.
Yeah, that says something to me.
I don't care what nobody say about Tom Brady 2 years, $60 million. Derek Carr, like I said in the beginning of this podcast, 4,054 passing yards, 21 touchdowns, 70% completion with a bunch of number 2 and number 3 receivers. I rest my case.
Yeah, no, I agree, and absolutely, the Raiders need to pursue a guy that can be a potential number one, whether he is in free agency or he's in the draft. There's no doubt about that, and hopefully they figure that out. Because look, um, I know what Vegas is doing, because to be honest, being born and raised out here, um, we're all about, selling people. We sell people on certain ideas and opportunities because we are the place of opportunity. Okay. So when we get an opportunity of getting Tom Brady here, it's going to boost the fan base, because that's going to be an interesting change. Having to have the fan base that was once in Oakland now to Vegas. And I will tell you, it's not going to be an easy market, because out here we're a hockey town too. So it's going to be hard to really kind of collaborate with the Golden Knights. And so I still think there is a chance, but to be honest, I would not give up on Derek Carr just yet. He is a young quarterback. He is still developing in that game, but he can be even better when Mark Davis and Mike Mayock can get the right pieces around him and can elevate this team.
And you can definitely see it when before he got injured, he had an MVP year with Crabtree and Amari Cooper.
Yeah, agree.
He had an MVP year. And I understand he has not been the same since, but we did refix that line and signing Richie Incognito. He's a dog in there. And we end up getting Trent Brown from the Patriots. So if our offensive line is fine and getting another back, and I really want to get another back for my Raiders, because Josh Jacobs is the power. Do you have Jalen Richard as the pass catching running back? But in those short yardage, when you need to have Josh Jacobs take a break, you need another power back. And I think if we go to the draft and we go into the later draft, I love to see a DeAndre Swift from Georgia come there, because he can run in between the tackles. I would love to see that.
For my Bears, I would love to see that too. I would love to see a bigger running back. I mean, nothing against Tariq Cohen, but he should not be your first option in running back.
It should
probably second.
It should be Montgomery.
Montgomery should be your first.
Yeah,
that dude was breaking tackles like crazy.
He led
in college
football in broken tackles.
Yeah.
Here in the NFL, like his first rookie season, it was great. I mean, I wouldn't say great; it was good. But the problem with him not being, consistent was, I never heard of a Bears team that can't run the ball, and I never heard of a Bears team that had no O line.
Look,
I swear to God, if the Bears don't do nothing with that O line.
Yeah, and look, I'll be honest with you. I made a conversation about Chicago to a real good friend of mine, which I'm actually celebrating his farewell. He's actually moving back to Chicago, where he's originally from. And I've been talking to him about this. Like, Chicago's got a really good thing going with Matt Nagy. There's no doubt about that. He does elevate this team. But I'll be honest with you, like, a lot of people talked about Mitch Trubisky in his game. Does he really play better to this experience of the NFL? Me, it's hard to say. Yes, he needs to get going, but it's hard for me to say that, because it's like he has his moments where he's good and then he's bad. And then, you touch upon the running back situation, because you haven't had the Bears haven't had a solid running back since Matt Forte. Yeah. And they've been needing to figure that out. Because look at that. Like, we had Jeremy Langford, Jordan Howard.
They should have never let go of Jeremy Langford. That dude was a beast.
Oh my God. I remembered when the topic was coming up, and I was like, no. But imagine this. If Trubisky was where he's at right now, could you imagine how the wide receiver core would have been if they didn't lose Johnny Knox or lose any? God, I loved watching Johnny Knox years ago. Knox. Like, he was actually a really good receiver. Like
him, who else? Langford, Meredith.
Yeah, a younger Greg Olsen.
Yeah, they should have low key. I mean, this was at the time, but with the Bears though, they kind of did a culture change, which was actually good for the organization. I mean, let's be real. The Bears for the last 8 years or 10 years had horrible head coach after horrible head coach after Lovie Smith. After Lovie Smith, it just went downhill. But the one thing
never got rid of him.
Yeah, they should have never got rid of Lovie Smith, but that's the freaking family. This is what happens when you have accountants running day-to-day football operations.
Mm.
But yeah, you didn't know that Ted Phillips is a freaking accountant. Yeah, you have accountants running there, and the only people who can afford to go is like multi-billionaire tycoons who can give less of a damn about football.
Right.
And the thing about with it too, like the botching of Soldier Field, I will say this about the Bears, that they did a phenomenal job, in 2017 with their in free agency. And what happened in 2018, Matt Nagy turned a horrible team into a goddamn Super Bowl contender. And then Cody Parkey had Cody Parkey disease. And then the double doink happened.
Oh, God.
And then when 2019 season came around, everybody had us predicting to the Super Bowl. My biggest fear was I didn't see this team in the Super Bowl. I just see this team in the NFC Championship game getting smoked by the Saints.
Thank you for the Khalil Mack trade. We appreciate it.
No, I should be thanking you for the Mack trade because here's the thing: when Matt came there, yeah, the Bears were already a top 10 defense, but when Matt came there, a top 10 defense became a top 5 defense.
A top 10 defense became a top 5 defense, and the top 5 defense lost to the Raiders for those trades. So.
Because no. Here's the only excuse. Who goes to the airport on Friday? They should have went to the airport Tuesday, practice Wednesday, practice Thursday, Friday.
Oh boy!
But no. But
a win is a win.
Yeah, a win's a win. Yes. But also, when it comes to that trade,
I have not one sack on my.
But I'm gonna say this because with that trade, like I said, this is the year. The 2020-2021 season is the year on which team actually did won that trade. Let's be real, because in 2018, the Bears won that trade. Yeah. 2019, it was kind of mixed because both teams were. And also, to be honest, I think Khalil Mack did get a little bit exposed when Akeem Hicks is not there on that D line.
And I'm gonna just be
real. And that hurt
but,
the Bears losing Akeem Hicks.
Max Crosby is the reason why we don't care for Khalil Mack anymore. Max Crosby in 10 games, he has better stats.
Josh Jacobs was also part of the draft picks right there, and now Vegas has a run game. Cleveland Farrell, we have yet to really kind of touch upon him to see if he's going to be any better in the near future. But again, it's not to say that both Chicago and the Raiders made terrible moves on this, because Chicago did get a very, very strong linebacker in the face of that NFC North. But for the Raiders, it wouldn't have been possible to get draft picks like this to where we got, they got Cleveland Farrell, Josh Jacobs, get Max Crosby. Like, it would have never been possible. So,
and you also got out of a nasty contract holdout with Mac.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, but
I think that really the bottom, really messed up our year not this past year, but the year before, because of when he got traded. It was it was a Saturday morning at 8:00 in the morning. Boom, he gets traded to the Bears. I was sitting here on my way to work, are you freaking kidding me?
This was me. My eyes went up.
I was just like this on the bus.
I was low key sleeping, and I just, someone told me Mac, you got to make a video. You got to make a video about Khalil Mack. I'm like, oh my God. At first thing, this is honest to God. I thought Khalil Mack went to Green Bay. If he would have went to Green Bay, my God.
I can't see Khalil Mack in that green. I can't.
Oh my God. Neither can I.
This
I don't
water
even think
bottle
he could ever rock that green and gold.
I would have had some alcohol ready. I would have had my buddy to come over, and I would have low-key just sat in this lounger right here, talking to myself on the camera, just be like this. God, I don't ask for much. I just ask for the Bulls to be great. I ask for the Bears to be great. But what happens? The football gods, your cousin football gods, slap me in the face, and Khalil Mack joins the Green Bay. But some told me just look at the freaking thing. And when I
Oh my
did,
gosh.
and when it said Khalil Mack to Chicago, and what really shocked me is the McCaskey family is disgustingly cheap. They are.
Yeah.
And for
I
them to pay Mac all that money, I was like,
We wasn't paying him that much. Absolutely not.
and to be honest, I think
the players, but
because personally, to me, I still believe that there was no real winner in that trade until this next season comes around.
yeah.
But the
The reason why I say that we won the trade because we got out of a real bad holdout of Khalil Mack 1. And then just in case if Antonio Brown was able to stay. If we would have kept Khalil Mack, we wouldn't be able to pay Antonio Brown 30.
No.
We wouldn't be able to do it. And we wouldn't be top 10 in cap space right now if we still had Khalil Mack.
But don't forget
also
too, Amari Cooper with Dallas.
Yeah, and Amari Cooper. Yeah, getting rid of Cooper. I did not like that decision.
I did because the fact that Amari Cooper was drafted to be a number 1, and he played like a number 2. That's exactly what it was. He played like a number 2 with us because when we got him and we got Michael Crabtree, he felt as though that, okay, we brought Crabtree in to be the number 1. That wasn't the case. When you are a wide receiver and you bring in a player that's a little bit just as good as you at the time, you got to outball that player. And I didn't see the heart or the grit out of Amari Cooper. I just did not see it. Coming from what makes me mad is that he's an Alabama prototype receiver that plays in a pro style offense, comes from the same college as Julio Jones, which is still a top 5 receiver in this game. And where's the ambition at?
There was like none.
It was none there. I understand that losing can be a case, but the year that we almost we could have went to the Super Bowl that year. Amari Cooper could have been a part of that.
And also with
but us trying to re-sign him wasn't gonna be worth the money.
Yeah, it wasn't. And I just can't believe Dallas traded for a first-round pick for that. That's what really shocked me. I'm like, the Cowboys paid that much? And I was like, well, dang, watch them win the division and mess that up too.
And you know what? You know what that pick was? It was the number 24th pick. And who we got number 24? Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs, yep. Exactly.
So, yeah, we got Josh Jacobs at number 24.
Yep, we did.
Which is kind of a steal. It was a steal.
That was a steal.
It was
Cowboys
a
fans are kicking themselves.
And so was Max Crosby because Max Crosby was drafted 109th.
Mm-hmm. Also with
draft. That's why I love Mike Mayock, man. He know how to draft, man.
He does. I
didn't look at that first as him being a GM, but I had to think about his scouting of players coming out of college and know who to pick.
Oh, do you guys remember the little hit show that he had on NFL Network where it was like Mayock's drafts and all that for all the college players? Like that there, as soon as I seen him become a GM, I was like, hell, there it is.
Look at our last year's draft, Hunter Renfrow, a sleeper pick.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs, a sleeper pick. I was kind of shocked about the Cleveland Farrell pick at number 4, knowing that Josh Allen was there. I was kind of shocked about that. And we got Trayvon Mullen, another Clemson player. 3 Clemson players in the draft that we got. And then who the hell? I know Darren Waller's not a rookie, but where the hell did he come from? I didn't even know who the hell Darren Waller is because we had Jared Cook last year.
Yeah, Darren Waller. Yeah, he's such a great kid, man. I'm glad that he got the pay that he should, and yeah, it almost it like this is the funny thing. It's like the Raiders never lost their tight end after Jared Cook.
Right.
The one thing
Darren
that
Waller is not even up there in age, so he's still young.
So all I know is that my Bears got a lot to do this offseason.
Hold on.
But because here's number one. Number one, Leonard Floyd.
Yeah.
Do you keep Leonard? Please keep Leonard Floyd. Don't.
Yeah, I would keep him.
You keep him, and then also there's the who you pay, Danny Trevathan or Nick Kinkowski. There's that.
Yeah,
to be honest, I don't want Trevathan to leave, but Nick Kowski had a heck of a season last season.
And yeah, I think that's a tough gamble right there.
And
I mean, those
it
are two
really
real good players.
it really sucks. And yeah, the Bears got a lot. And then also the O-line. Kyle Long is gone.
Yeah, they need to address that.
First things first, cut Leno. Like the dude in 2018 was good, and then out of nowhere, he's like, he doesn't want to protect Trubisky if his life depended on it.
Right. And
Well, they
causes Trubisky to play the way that he does.
Yep, and well, so far in free agency, the Bears do have Trey Roberson, who played in Canada ball, the cornerback. I'm gonna say this: I think that was a good pick for the Bears, in my opinion. A good free agent pick, because even though corner, the Bears, to be honest, though, they should have paid. They should have low key paid Adrian Amos, because it really showed that they needed Amos.
That was my one thing, because looking at guys like Eddie Jackson and Prince Mukamura and seeing Adrian Amos, like, yeah, he put off a hell of a year with Green Bay, and that definitely showed for itself that he was just another impactful player. And
then then I've been hearing rumors that they might get rid of. Well, actually, I don't want them to get rid of Trey Burton, because I think he's a good player. It's the fact you guys need to get him going. But also, they also signed Demetrius Harris for 1 year. You know, for Cleveland. I think that's kind of good for the Bears.
Sure. Yeah.
And then also for the Bears, our best options, because we got pick number 43 in the second round. I can either see Bryson Hopkins, Cole Kmet, Terrell Lewis, maybe Justin Jefferson, maybe Bryce Hall, or Bryson Hopkins, or there's Austin Jackson. But yeah, I mean, Jalen Hurts as the 43rd pick, or you could do Jalen Reagor, Isaiah Williamson. There's been rumors that the Bears could get him.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, and yeah, I think. Like I said, I'm going to be trying, me and my buddy, we're going to try to sneak in with the draft and try to see exactly who the first pick will be, but I will have a lot of coverage on the draft out here in Vegas. I mean, it's going to be packed. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of moves to be made. But I will say this too. I mean, Bears, they got a lot to think about with their options. Raiders, of
especially
course,
on defense.
Especially on the defensive side. The Raiders, of course, with the quarterback situation with Derek Carr or Tom Brady, I still lean with Derek Carr more, and getting some important pieces over there, because they're doing the right thing. They're doing the right thing with the rebuild. I didn't expect them to do what they did. I thought after Mack is gone and Amari Cooper's gone, I never saw this, but I'm glad that it is happening.
We won more games this past year than we did last year. I mean, 7-9 is still an improvement from where we were, like 4-11 last year. Yeah. So
yeah.
And also, I hope and pray, for the Bears, I want the following free agents for them to target. First things first, keep Leonard Floyd, keep Nick Kowski. I hate to say this, but you're gonna have to cut Danny Trevathan.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to cut Leonard. They're gonna have to make some sacrifice.
He's too injury prone. He can't stay on the field.
Prince Amukamara, I would say cut him, as much as I don't want him to get cut, but he has to go too. The Bears, what made that defense so special is not only they're young. That's the funny thing. Like, their oldest player is Prince Amukamara. He's 31. Also, for the Bears, I want the Bears to do this. This will be a stretch. Get Vic Beasley.
Yeah, well,
right?
Yeah, Vic Beasley's a free agent. Yep.
If the Bears get Vic Beasley,
bring him to the nation.
Sure, bring him to the Bear Nation.
Hey, look, this is what's it's, as we said here throughout this entire show here, is that, like, free agency is going to be great. And
or Joe Tunley. Joe Tunley would be
Joe
great
Tunley.
for the
Joe
Bears.
Tunley would be really good.
Good player at the offensive line. Absolutely.
That would help us out. I would love for the Bears to do that. Also, to be honest though, maybe if for a backup, or actually for a tight end, maybe Bryson Hopkins. Draft Bryson Hopkins. That's another tight end.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, here we go. So
from Purdue.
I just got a notification from ESPN.
Oh God.
Stephen A. Smith unleashes a epic rant on Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and the Warriors.
Oh God, what does he have to say for
Here it
himself?
is, but I'm ready to
Why? Like
I'm-
why?
I don't know. I don't know. This rant looks like it's pretty interesting. I'll wait for the ad to come on. Wait for the ad to be finished.
All right. I mean, I will finish up with this before we start. That is, like, for me, for the Chargers, listen, free agency hits March 18th, a day before my birthday. And what's the best thing that I would love as a pre-birthday gift, man? Hopefully a move that the Chargers can make that can finally shut the critics up, shut the doubters up, and get us a championship. Because I will tell you this right now, and I know, like, you being a Raider fan, and we're in the same division, but
Yep.
hear me out on this, man. I've been a Charger fan since I was 6 years old, and all throughout the years, we have been a complete laughing stock. Say what you want about Cleveland. Say what you want about Detroit. But Chargers have been a laughing stock for years. Like, I made a comparison when they left San Diego to go to LA. We feel like we're that orphan kid in
Annie.
like, yeah, we feel like the orphan kid that no family wants. Nobody wants to end up, you're like, but the kid strives harder and harder to better himself so that way then maybe some family would want him. And that's where the Chargers, they got to build their fan base back up. That's why I mentioned having Tom Brady for 2 years, which I will be okay with that. Or even if we trade up for Matthew Stafford.
And also
You know,
for the Chargers, I can also see actually for all three of our teams,
mm-hmm.
there's also another tight end that's a free agent, Eric Ebron.
Yeah.
And speaking of Eric Ebron, there's been like that rumor where I don't know if it was Akeem Hicks. He wants Ebron to Chicago. Now that would be interesting as long as he doesn't drop passes.
I don't think our Raiders would need Eric Ebron, knowing the way how Darian Waller played last year, and we drafted two others in this past year's draft. I wouldn't go after Ebron. I mean, it would be another weapon for Derek
Carr to play with.
Be a number one receiver. I don't think we need to go tight end.
I consider my point of view as an option in case if the Chargers don't franchise tag Hunter Henry. Because if that's the case, then yes, I believe we should go and get a guy like Eric Ebron because we need a productive tight end. But I hope they franchise tag Hunter Henry because, again, despite injuries, he's been a very productive guy, and he learned it from the best with Antonio Gates. So it would be great to have that tradition come along. Again, we have the pieces. We have the pieces to become a championship team. We just got to fix the O-line. And, again, nothing against Phillip, and I hope –
coach.
And then also, Aaron Lynch is also a free agent.
I think the Chargers need. I mean, y'all have a defensive-minded coach. Don't get me wrong, but I think y'all need to open. I think the playbook needs to be opened up for the Chargers. Y'all have too many weapons on the offensive side to be playing mediocre like that. I understand the offensive line has to be addressed, but do stuff to make your offensive line not as difficult.
But this is also the explanation I made about this because with Phillip Rivers, he's not getting any younger. And I think we noticed that this year was a declining year. And I think that may be that his prime is over. Like it's done. The year before this past year, like everybody thought, damn, he's playing a damn good year. Like he's actually producing. So again, I would not shun it too much on the offensive side because we do have real good playmakers. But again, this is what addresses about the quarterback situation. That's why the Chiefs got a younger quarterback. Denver, I don't know how Drew Lock is going to be, but they got a younger quarterback. The Raiders have the Raiders have a young quarterback. So this is where the Chargers need to get on the same page. And that's why I think having get a veteran quarterback because like one of us mentioned about Tyrod Taylor. Now, Tyrod Taylor, he's good, but he's not I'd say he's like a Jacoby Brissett. He's good to win you games, but he's not legit enough to actually win big prime time games.
Yeah, it's not.
And also, that's another team I could see Tom Brady going. Even though Colts fans would hate it, but Colts fans are hypocrites.
I said this too.
They would stay there, but they might win a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, knowing that he's playing in a dome. Put Tom Brady in a dome. Jesus.
And I swear to you,
Yeah.
if Tom Brady goes to the Colts and every Colt fan cries and moans that they won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, I think, has anybody seen Redman smack out you? I am going to do that to every Colt fan. Be like,
well,
here's a shout out to Luca, aka the Waterboard Report. He's in the chat. He says, "Sup, y'all? Hope everybody's doing good. God bless. Thank you so much." And Coach Plays, I'm not dozing off. I was looking at my phone, waiting to do this Stephen A. Smith rant because I'm so ready for it.
Phillip Rivers to Tampa Bay. Wait. Phillip Rivers to Tampa Bay.
Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
No.
Hold up. Somebody said on Facebook, did you just put Brissett on the same level as Tyrod Taylor? That's disrespectful. We're not doing that.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. Look, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying here.
Right.
Okay, look, Jacoby Brissett, okay, he was a third string quarterback in New England. And by the time he got traded to Indianapolis, he was a really good backup to a guy like Andrew Luck when he was hurt. Okay. And he won you games. I'm not denying that. He won you games because he had T.Y. Hilton. He had Marlon Mack, who had a very good run game, and Eric Ebron, who was an important tight end for them. So, again, I'm not saying both these quarterbacks are exactly the same. What I'm saying is when it comes to quarterbacks, we noticed this about Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins can't win primetime games. Okay, so you got to have a quarterback that can win games and also win those big primetime games, because that's going to show how big of a quarterback that you really are, and even if to get into the Super Bowl level. Like, when was the last time we had a backup quarterback to win a Super Bowl? Dan Johnson in Tampa? Like, come on, man. Like,
also recently, Nick Foles.
Your Chargers.
Yes, but Nick,
with Tyrod Taylor for 1 year and draft Justin Fields next year.
Oh, that's actually pretty bold. That's pretty bold. I'm not gonna lie. But here's the other thing too. The
Chargers gonna have to lose this year.
It's too hard for me to gamble that. Damn it. Look, I like the idea. But again, as I've said, this team has a lot of potential. I'm just scared of the fact that we're going to repeat 2012 again. That's what I'm afraid of. Because if we do lose like we did this past year again for the second consecutive year, I'm afraid we're going to lose our talent. They're going to say, we're not playing up to the expectation. Anthony Lynn could get fired because that's a Spanos family. Like, we went 14-2 with Marty Schottenheimer and he gets fired. And then we're going to invest in North Turner. That's what I'm afraid of. So,
So Coach Play says that the person on Facebook is acting like Brissett is a franchise guy because he's not. As a Titans fan, I would love for him to think that, though. And then the guy, Devon Stanfield from Facebook, said, whoever the guy is in the bottom of the screen says he likes a Jacoby. Do y'all watch the games? He won games by himself. T.Y. spent games hiding, and Mac was a week to week in both disappearing acts and injuries. No, idiot, Nick Foles. I don't get what you meant by that.
No, he said no idiot means Nick Foles saying a backup QB that won a Super Bowl.
Okay, look.
Let's be honest here. Jacoby Brissett is not going to win a Super Bowl in Indianapolis. He's not.
No.
And then he says Jacoby Brissett was sought after because he was an excellent starter, quality, but needed grooming. His arm strength and his light years, but above Tyrod, and the only reason he didn't do more this year because the O-line was just as bad as Deshaun Watson's was last year.
Ooh,
no. Wow. Oh my God.
Than Houston.
Good. That was the same.
Oh my God. No.
That was the same offensive line Andrew Luck had when he had comeback player of the year. So there's no difference in that offensive line, number one. Number two, The
Stephen A. Smith
line was most shittiest offensive line I ever seen in my goddamn life. I'm sorry to say it, but
yes,
had a terrible defense, and they still not terrible defense, terrible offensive line, and still went to the playoffs, led the league, and given Deshaun Watson had like what 40 sacks on the year.
Yes,
he
even had 6 or 7 sacks in a game.
My Raiders lost to the Texans. We had 4 sacks in that game, and we lost to the Texans.
Oh my gosh. Well, here's the other thing too, is because look, you take for instance Andrew Luck when he first approached in this league. The Colts had maybe one of the worst offensive lines that Andrew Luck could play with. But what did Andrew Luck do to this team? They went 11-5, 11-5, 11-5, and 11-5. Yep. I gave Andrew Luck credit. And what is he asking for? He may not ask it like personally to you, but he says, I need an offensive line. I can't get hurt anymore. And that's what pushed the potential for him to retire. Do you blame Andrew Luck on that? That's what's hard. Yeah, and so for the Houston Texans with Deshaun Watson, you got to
protect ruin that guy. Deshaun. I'm going to say this right now. Texans.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien as your GM and head coach.
Terrible move.
Bill O'Brien was a hack. Bill O'Brien got exposed when they took on the freaking Chiefs. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I missed this hot take by Coach Plays. He said, if I'm a Chargers fan, I want to go 0-16 next year. Why not? Trevor Lawrence. Hashtag for Trevor.
Oh.
I can see that happening if Tyrod doesn't work out.
I can see that happen.
Sunshine in the California state. You have sunshine in the California state. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, think of it this way. Like, hey, we got a sunshine, man. We got a Spicoli up over in the West Coast. So, you know what I mean? But here's the thing is if I agree to go that route, which I think Trevor Lawrence, because we're all waiting on this kid to get to the draft, and that's going to happen next year with him and Justin Fields. But if that's the case, if the Chargers do go 0-16, that's going to require trading. And that's going to require trading some defensive pieces, maybe some offensive pieces, because Trevor Lawrence is not going to come easy, and that's going to be hard.
This guy just said, do you realize Jacoby Brissett was sacked 27 times? Do you believe that Deshaun Watson was sacked at least 58 times? That was double. It was double. He called me a fake Stephen A. Smith. You can call me that all you want, but facts is facts.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett is not the starter for the Indianapolis Colts, buddy. He's not a starter in his league. He would never be a starter in his league.
Okay, so let me ask him this. Let me ask. Okay, so Devon, listen. Okay,
as a Colts bag, I'm feeling it.
As a Colts.
I wish I had EJ in the chat.
As a Colts fan, okay, and I've heard this from so many sources. Okay, and the Colts, they've got very, very good personnel. They really, really do. I love Chris Ballard as a GM, and they finally fixed the offensive line. But again, if Andrew Luck did not retire the way that he did this past season, I think that, the Colts could be a much better team. They could have owned the South. It would have never been Houston with that offensive line finally strengthened up. Okay. But the fact of the matter is Andrew Luck retired. Okay, you got to deal with that. It's hard. I get it. But Jacoby Brissett will win you games, but he's not capable enough to getting you to a Super Bowl, getting you to the promised land. But I will tell you this, Tom Brady, if you sign him for 2 years, which I really do wish this could happen, this will give you now that next year to now trade pieces up to go and get Trevor Lawrence. What's to say the Colts don't trade up for Trevor Lawrence?
That's true too. But
and then also the Colts.
This guy is hilarious. He said they did not fix the offensive line. Yes, they did fix the offensive line. Andrew Luck retired because he just didn't want to play the game anymore.
He was mentally drained.
He was mentally broke down.
He was physically and mentally drained. And there's only two people you need to blame for this.
But he had a great year last year. He barely got sacked last year.
You have Grips in the blame, and then Jim Irsay.
And look at what Coach Place has to say. What's up with all these Brissett lovers in the chat? The dude is average. Guess what? Average don't win you Super Bowls. I agree.
That's fact.
Case closed. You keep talking about Brissett, but it's case closed. He's
Exactly.
not going to get into the playoffs with Brissett. Go out and get you a younger quarterback and have Brissett back him up and have his little earpiece in with the clipboard. Simple.
Yes. You ask, here's the thing. You ask fans nowadays what it takes to get to a Super Bowl. You need a special quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is that special quarterback.
Yep.
What's up, Trotsu?
So, yeah, that, like I said, what's the chances that the Colts don't draft up to go and get Trevor Lawrence in the next season? I do see that happening if they make that decision. So, again, this is a hard dagger for the Colts. They didn't see this coming.
So Nick Foles is average?
Can't even say the F-bomb right.
Did you just say Nick Foles is average? Nick Foles is not average. He's a system quarterback. And I'm really about to go in on you because I live in Philadelphia, but I'm not an Eagles fan, but I do know about something about my Eagles.
Well, let me ask you this, Dorian.
Look at the defense the Eagles had when they won to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Bro, Coach is a savage.
They had a Super Bowl. Number one, look at the offensive weapons that Nick Foles had. Let's talk Alshon Jeffrey, Trey Burton, LeGarrette Blount. Do we need to keep going here?
Zach Ertz.
Do we need to keep going here?
He got hurt in Jacksonville.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
so let me clear this up for him. Okay. So Dorian, agree with me or disagree with me? Carson Wentz is your future, right?
Right.
Yes, he is. I look, I've got a buddy of mine that he's a diehard Philly fan, just like yourself, sir. And I asked him the same question. He said, "You know what? Wentz is our future because Nick Foles came in an opportunity where he took control, won a Super Bowl, but he had surprisingly the opportunity to be a franchise quarterback. That got passed. Once he went to St. Louis, terrible. Goes to Kansas City, gets a little better, but then comes back to Philly and he goes into a system and he finally gets the opportunity and wins a Super Bowl. Case closed. And then he goes to Jacksonville. He gets injured. We knew about Foles.
I wouldn't say Carson Wentz is the future. I don't think he's the future. That's just my personal opinion when it comes to Carson Wentz because he can't stay on the field. But with Nick Foles gave the Eagles a chance every single year, no matter if he was a backup or starter.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I did play football I played football for 10 years and I coached for 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I know the game.
Yeah.
I know the game, Devon. I know the game. Yes, I know you, boy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're bringing it out of me. You're bringing the feeling out of me.
Hey,
this take that you have with Jacoby Brissett and this take that you have with Nick Foles is asinine. It's freaking asinine. It's just really asinine.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And look.
Nick Foles is better. Nick Foles is better than Jacoby Brissett. Because he got the Super Bowl. That's why.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa. Okay. So he wants to talk about Trent Dilfer. Okay. Nothing against Trent Dilfer. All right. But look at what happened with the Baltimore Ravens in that 2000 Super Bowl.
They had the best
Ray Lewis.
time.
Yes. Come on.
Connor Burke said Brissett is above average and I'm the queen of England. Oh my God.
Now, of course, Coach Blaze, I like. It's hard to gamble with that, saying that Carson Wentz is not labeled as your franchise anymore. Look, I don't want to give up ship. I don't, because I've seen Carson Wentz make some great throws, but the problem is that he had little to no offensive weapons. Deshaun Jackson gets hurt. Alshon Jeffrey gets hurt. Nelson Aguilar, I don't know what the hell he was doing throughout the whole time, whether he was hurt or he was just playing around. But you got to give this man some offense. And you also, too, like offensive linemen, they should have stepped up their game. Because Carson Wentz, I know as for you as a Philly fan, all you're hoping for is Carson Wentz to play a playoff game, right?
He said, open up my shitty ass OBS setup. Number one, it's not OBS that we're using, so you're mad.
He big mad.
Yeah, we're not even using OBS. What are you talking
big mad,
about,
bro?
We're not even using OBS.
Bro, do you know this dude?
Boxing, you can bring on your asinine take because you're.
Do you know him?
I don't know who this guy is because I shared it in all the sports groups in Facebook.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know who
Yeah.
this Indianapolis Colts clown is.
Oh no! Because we had EJ, and you know how EJ is about his Colts. I think it's gonna be shut down.
Shout out
EJ's
to
watching
Sports Talk too. Thanks for coming in the chat, man. I really would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, try to nobody's sleeping on the Ravens run game. No, Ravens had a beautiful run game, even though most of it was Lamar Jackson.
I think he's talking about the Ravens won the 2000 Super Bowl in the run game and the best defense.
Oh, it's 2000.
Oh yeah.
Jamal Lewis was a monster.
Jamal Lewis was a great guy. Yeah.
He was a monster that year.
Oh yeah. But and that's what I'm saying. Like everybody can debate on what it takes to win a Super Bowl. You just got to have the right pieces in the right place, and they got to be healthy throughout the entire game, like throughout the entire season. It's very, very difficult. I don't think most people realize how difficult it is to stay healthy in a sport like this that you're constantly getting hit. Like, think about it. I had a cousin of mine who he had to constantly work out day in and day out as a football player because he was small. He was like 5'4". He was almost like Darren Sproles. You remember how Darren Sproles broke both his arm and his leg? Like, that was terrible. It's hard. It's hard to keep yourself healthy like that. And then you have to work out because every hit you take, it pains you. Like, it pains you. So I love the NFL, but it's a very, very hard sport. But this is where like GMs,
all 17 games at that.
Yes.
It's tough. It's tough. And I commend players that can actually come in and play a full season without missing a game. I commend players that do it. I commend it 100%.
Yeah.
He said my comments were average QBs don't win Super Bowl. 3 examples. Your so general statement sounds stupid. Whatever. Thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate the view. I appreciate it.
All I do know is that
this party out of my thing on Facebook. I appreciate it.
And the funny thing about this one really had me rolling though, like for real though, from the coach plays. Just remember for a second, this whole segment was centered around Jacoby Brissett. Like, are we seriously? Like, seriously? Yeah, seriously. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Raiders suck though. Just kidding, Spotlight. Just stopping by. I gotta go do some work though.
Yeah, and here's the thing: you don't even have to remind me how many elite quarterbacks are in this league. We already know exactly who the elite quarterbacks are.
Already know.
Yeah, we already know. We already know.
But you know what's funny about these elite quarterbacks? It wasn't many elite quarterbacks in the playoffs either.
Damn right.
It wasn't.
But here's the other thing too, like, because one of the comments mentioned about paying a running back and making the Super Bowl. Look at the quarterbacks that got paid that much. Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan, Matthew Stafford, and let's make a case for Aaron Rodgers. Didn't happen this past year, but the year before, he didn't make the playoffs.
Sure did.
All of those guys got paid top dollars, and none of them made the playoffs. So that's a hard gamble.
And Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl on a rookie contract.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
they won a Super Bowl on a rookie contract. And
but
to let you know, we are live on YouTube, so we're live on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks. Thank you guys. You guys are all awesome. Your guys' comments are great, man. And again, keep it coming. Keep it coming. We're all getting fired up here,
man.
Look. Here's the thing. I felt the same. Like this whole vibe, the whole just the whole energy in the room. I felt like this when I was talking to my segment about the Houston Astros cheating scandal. I was fired up.
Lord.
I was fired up.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so, well, here's the thing. When I talked about this, I narrowed it down. You guys can check it out in my podcast show. I think it was on episode 3 where I started to talk about this. But the Houston Astros, I'm a baseball guy. I lived and breathed it, like, ever since I was in diapers. I've played the game, watched the game, and I've respected the game. And I've learned it from the best. My great-great-grandfather, God rest his soul, but he would be pissed off of how the Astros handled all of this, from the owner, Jim Crane, the players, and honestly, how the commissioner handled all of this. So to me, I would punish the players, because how can you fire 4 guys in that organization and the players walk away with nothing?
That's a fact.
That's fishy.
That's very fishy.
Yes. And so for Jose Altuve to just say, no, don't rip my shirt. Don't rip my shirt. You gave everybody the benefit of asking questions of, what are you hiding? What are you hiding in that jersey? Is it a horrible tattoo? Is it a wire? What is it?
If they take the championship away from them, then freaking Pete Rose deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
But this is also what I made a very valid point. So I played the tape of Jim Crane when he came out and said that all of this never impacted the game. I said, whoa, hold on a second. If I was an interviewer in that same time in Houston in spring training, I would have asked him, what about the Black Sox scandal with Shoeless Joe Jackson in 1919? That didn't impact the game? How about Pete Rose's gamble? He didn't gamble against his team, but he was making bets for his team as a manager. That didn't impact the game. Or how about performance-enhancing drugs with guys like Barry Bonds? Yeah. All of those moments impacted the game. And if you said that it didn't impact, then why are you holding a press conference? Why are the players apologizing? Why is that? And the other thing, I was very disappointed with the commissioner of how he handled this whole thing.
Yeah, the World Series trophy is just a piece of metal.
Yeah, so So the
World Series doesn't mean a damn thing to you, basically.
Right. So the World Series, is that not the reason that players get up at like 3 a.m., work out for an hour, take batting practice, and be the best that they absolutely can be for a piece of metal? Like, come on, man. That's what this league was created for. It's competition. You can ask the NFL. You can ask the NBA, even in hockey. Like, the Stanley Cup is the largest trophy in sports. It is hard to wield that thing.
And you can drink milk out of it.
Hey, I could be drinking freaking brewskis. Beer. Yeah, brewskis, maybe even some whiskey up in there, because take it up a notch. But the point of it is, let me ask you guys, because if this is just a piece of metal that everybody was working hard to earn, like, would people feel the same way if somebody degraded a college degree or a high school diploma like it's just a piece of paper? Then what did we go to school for?
Right. What's the point of what are the point of we learning anything? It's just to be for that. Like, what's the point?
Exactly my case. And that's where me as a baseball fan, I was offended and I was livid, because for me, like, learning from my great grandfather, because he told me before his deathbed that he never watches Major League Baseball anymore because of how the game is played nowadays. I mean, players, honestly, they get all these contracts. There's no loyalty anymore, not since Derek Jeter and, obviously from the trade with David Ortiz out of Minnesota to Boston. Like, there's no loyalty anymore in this sport. And it happens, but this is where the generation, we have to adjust to that. Like, this is the business now, that everybody gets moved, everybody gets paid. But what he used to love watching is Little League World Series. Because didn't you have that moment when you were a kid playing sports with your friends, whether you got together at the parking lot or the alleyway or in a baseball field, and you just played a great game? You developed relationships, and maybe you learned more about what life is all about. Like, that's how I felt about this whole thing. It's honestly, and again, players will act the way they want to act too. But if you take one by the numbers, or you get a ball thrown over your head, you cannot be pissed at the player, because your owner escalated this. Your owner was the one who said this. The commissioner too made a poor decision to step up like that as he did, and he should have. To me, as a commissioner, how does Roger Goodell feel today? Roger Goodell feels great in that seat right now. Oh, you know how NFL fans felt about him?
They really hated Roger Goodell.
Yeah,
I still do.
I still don't like him.
Yeah, so
because he was the one that really, Patriots cheat. You give Tom Brady 4 games.
So
It should have been the
here,
whole freaking year.
yeah. So here's my thing: is to me because all of this has to deal with ratings in baseball. Okay, baseball has probably the lowest ratings on television than any other sport than the NBA and the NFL. Why? Because it's 162 games a season. Who's going to stick around for that? Everybody, exactly. It's too long for that. But think of what the NBA does. Like, if you watch the Sixers, would you watch the Sixers when they play the Lakers or when they play the Clippers or when they play prime time games? People want to watch that, right? Best of the best, go toe to toe. That's what baseball needs to do is set up some primetime games. Get people interested like, hey, Yankees, Red Sox or Dodgers, Giants.
Yeah,
like, get some more rivalry in there.
I think the promo for baseball is not as great. It doesn't bring, you don't bring like the only thing about baseball is, and I really like, I'm a Phillies fan. Like I like every Phillies team but the Eagles. It's weird to say. I didn't grow up as an Eagles fan, so
yeah,
you can't be mad at me about that. But what I do see in like World Series, the NLCS, the ALCS, you see all of the crazy promo.
Yeah.
Why you can't do the same in the regular season knowing you have 162 games? I just don't understand it.
Right. And
you pay all these players that have all this promo and you don't do it. You don't do it. It's retarded.
Right. And let me ask you this too, because here's the thing: as an NBA type of analyst and an enthusiast here, like, what is the NBA? How do they get their ratings? They get their ratings in fashion. They get their ratings in the sneakers, and it's a star-driven league,
and it's entertainment as that too.
Exactly. So people watch, like, here's a perfect example. People watch reality shows, and everybody loves dramas. Everybody loves sitcoms, and they all love this and that because it gets people drawn to the television to say what's going to happen next. And that's what I think baseball needs to do, because we had a slogan. Let the kids play. Why aren't we doing that? Let the kids express themselves, because isn't that what baseball's all about, is feeling like the inner kid inside? Like, we got to produce that more, because then it could help for baseball not to seem so flat.
Yeah, that's true too. But I know we're 3 hours into this show. 3 hours into this show. Man, they're playing with old money, good old boy money. Look at the fan base. Yeah.
But I mean, just like with Spotlight thing, I mean, yeah, he's from Philly and he does follow. He hates his Eagles. Like with me, with being a Chicago fan, I love the Bears, the Bulls, the Blackhawks, and the Cubs. Can't stand the White Sox.
Well, I will say this: I think
they got a good talent in Joe Anderson, but they're going to mess it up.
Well, I have them as my number 10 as teams to watch for in Major League Baseball. Let's not sleep on them. Let's give them time to develop first, because I love Yoan Moncada and I love Eloy Jimenez. I like what they're doing over there. So it's going to be interesting, because that Central is mediocre. There's nobody that can compete with Minnesota right now. Detroit is rebuilding. Kansas City is rebuilding. And Cleveland is close to being a rebuild. So the White Sox, this is their time to shine.
So Devon Stanfield said, damn, the first thing I love, he said tonight. I guess he must, what you just said about, except I'm a White Sox fan and I hate the Cubs. Uh-oh.
Oh, man. North and South, man. That's a hell of a rivalry always.
The reason why I don't really like the White Sox is just, I don't know. I find they're like, and it's so funny because our owner, there's one thing about White Sox and Bulls fans have in common. We share the same owner.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we share the same owner.
Good luck with that then.
I mean, here's the thing about it, though. I do like Joe Anderson. I think they have a talented, like a low-key talented star in him. But they're going to have him developed. You got to remind you that the White Sox had a lot of money. They thought they were going to get Manny Machado. And who else was a free agent from the Phillies? I can't think of his name right now. Was it Harper?
Bryce Harper
Yeah.
was the free agent that we put a splash on, and hopefully he could.
Now here's the thing though too is because I'm actually kind of glad, in my opinion, that Chicago did not pursue Manny Machado. Honestly, because I've said this about Machado, man. I don't like him as a player. I really, really don't, because this guy, to me, I remembered this because I'm an A's fan. I'm an A's fan here. And when I watched him in 2014, the way he acted against Josh Donaldson, like he looked like a prima donna, and I lost respect for that. And the way that he every time he hits a home run, and the way he trots, is like, me as a pitcher, the next time you come up, I'm throwing one at you. Like, quit showing off, dude. But again, here's the other funny thing. Because baseball pays so much, like guys like Bryce Harper, Nolan Arenado, Mike Trout, and Manny Machado, what happened to all those guys last year? They all missed the playoffs.
And Bryce Harper went on suicide watch watching his own team win the World Series.
Hey, I got a friend of mine, no joke, friend of mine, I asked him about this too. He's actually, his brother-in-law is, no joke, Bryce Harper. And I asked him, I said, dude, did you ask your brother-in-law if he's doing all right now? Because it's not looking great with this. But hey, he's like, what is it? God, I can't even think of his name, but he was the guy that recently passed. He was a Boston Red Sox legend, but he was known for the booted play at first.
I can't think of his name.
God,
but back to Devon, the reason why I don't really like the White Sox is because I grew up in Gary, Indiana, and they show mostly Cubs games. I mean, they would only show White Sox every full moon now and again. I don't know if the station's still there now, but WCIU, Channel 2060U, would mostly show White Sox games, but I would always watch WGN. I would only watch
that's what I remembered, yeah.
Like with WCIU, I only watch WCIU when it's Saturday. But because Saturday they had an amazing Saturday night lineup.
Mm-hmm. Well, and here was what was, well, I'm sure part of that was because of talents all around them. But here's the other thing though too, like Hawk Harrelson retired, so there wasn't really like an entertaining sports broadcaster there like how Hawk Harrelson used to be. I used to love it. Like even when the White Sox won the World Series, like that was that was a team very, very interesting. I don't know how they managed the way they did, but man, Ozzie Guillen and Hawk Harrelson making those calls, like that was old school right there.
And here's the thing about it. After that, what happened to the White Sox then?
Yeah,
like every single Chicago team, it is a tradition.
But
they
will
break
say
the team apart every time they win a championship.
But I will say this, and this is why I had him in my top 10 for this year, because I called this 3-4 years ago, the Chris Sale trade. Okay, that trade needed to happen because you wouldn't have been able to get guys like Yoan Moncada, Michael Kopech, and then go out and get guys like Eloy Jimenez. So I like what they're doing as of now. And I said 3-4 years ago, give them that time, they're going to be competitive again. And I think this time is now. I think this time is now that Chicago, they're tired of being a laughing stock next to the Cubs. And I think this is their time to shine.
And also for the Chicago Cubs, I'm going to say this too. I'm going to say this right now. It's basically, look, David Ross, yes, you used to play for us. Yes, you won a World Series with us. But so far as a manager, my biggest fear coming into this season is he's going to let the inmates run the asylum with that bullpen. Maybe I'm just overthinking it a little bit, but I hope I'm wrong. But the one thing he did tick me off on is this. We have a lot of pieces to win a World Series. Have you not seen your pitching core?
Oh, yeah.
And that disgusting whole Chris Bryant. Yeah, Chris Bryant said he's not leaving the team, but deep down, he's pissed off. He wants to get paid. Pay the freaking man. But no, Oh, what does he do? Oh, he's going to be the first to bat next season.
Yeah, that I don't understand. I don't understand that. I saw that recently, and I don't understand what the Cubs are doing with that. I just think that after the 16 World Series championship,
It went
like
downhill. They
it
broke the
did,
team apart.
it did, and but again, I think that one thing that I was grateful for is that it broke the curse, which is
Thank
great.
God.
Yeah, it broke the curse because as any baseball fan, we would love to see an old tradition like that break the curse. And here's the other thing, like in football, we would hope that the Cleveland Brown, we're not going against Cleveland. Like we're only hoping that they get better. That's
It
what
would be
happens with
nice
most
if the
of it.
Browns win the Super Bowl. It would also
Of
be
course.
nice. It would also be nice. JD, dude, I cried. I freaking cried when the Cubs won. I was crying. I didn't even want to go to work the next day.
That's how I feel when the Phillies won it in 2006. That's exactly
Shoot.
how I felt. When I say I was down Broad Street getting drunk to the next day knowing I had to work. Man, that was one of
Yeah.
the best times being a Phillies fan at the time.
I'm gonna say this right now: if the Bulls ever get their crap together and they ever win a freaking NBA championship, I'm not going into work. I'm going to Chicago for the whole freaking week. I am getting drunk, plastered, and probably on the side of Wabash and Van Buren somewhere. And I am going to walk
my
out with my
God.
Chicago Bulls hoodie saying, "Yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
motherfuckers."
I gotta ask Jake this though.
Yeah.
Now, hypothetically speaking, because we know it's not going to happen though. If the Raiders win the Super Bowl, are you going to the
No.
parade in Las Vegas?
No. I look, I talked with people. I'm not kidding you, D. Like I talked with people about this, and I swear to God, I even said this when I was at my first Charger game out in LA because I screamed out when they were losing to the Baltimore Ravens against Lamar Jackson. I said, dude, I didn't drive 4-5 hours out here just to see this shit show happen. I was like, everybody turned and they're like, are you going to be a Raider fan now? I said, still hell no. Like, come on, man. Don't ruin my vibe like that. But here's my thing.
That's how I felt about my Gully knows that he knows where I'm going with this.
Look at the face.
Go see the Raiders in New York against the Jets. It was cold. It was raining. I had no umbrella. I was drenched. I was frozen. And we got our asses handed to us. You know what happened? I left at the beginning of the fourth quarter. I left.
Nah.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta answer Troxel and JD.
It was my first ever Raiders game as a fan, too. My first ever Raiders game as a fan. And the Jets smoked us. Terrible, man. Terrible. I would never. And think about it is, you know what's funny about all this? Oh, we play the Jets in New York again next season.
Oh God.
To be honest, Devon Stanfield, no, it didn't really. But to JD, Rance, and also Troxel, because those are my boys. I'm gonna say this right now, because Troxel, you and I got to make a video next. I'm free this weekend.
Troxel Sports Talk. He covers all Detroit sports, like Detroit Lions.
I'm free this weekend, dude.
Marines. Detroit Pistons. So he covers all that live play-by-plays reactions. Please subscribe to his channel as well. And JD's a Chicago Bulls fan, Chicago Bears fan, another Chicago
and a Cubs fan.
So definitely go subscribe to their channels.
But to Troxel and JD, go to my channel right now and watch the video of a culture change. The video I made yesterday about the Chicago Bulls. Because I'm gonna say this right now. Now, Spotlight can tell you exactly how I did this. Remember when the Bears lost to the Chargers last season?
Mm-hmm.
And remember, I was talking to my bear towel like it was a person.
Oh my God. It was,
now, I'm going to say this right now. If this is true, this Garpax thing is true, I have a Chicago Bulls like pillow. Like you put like on roses, like on funerals or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Hold on.
Oh boy.
I will low key have a camera crew. I will have the place lit like candlelight,
Oh,
and
God, I
I
see where
will
this is going.
pretend I will have a fake dinner with that Chicago Bulls pillow in celebration.
You're gonna have so technically you're gonna have a a fake Boston Tea Party, well, a Chicago Bulls Tea Party,
There's
a
a
Chicago Bulls pillow.
yes,
I am done.
yes.
Wow.
I if that happens, if Gar Forman, John Paxton, and Bolin. Oh, when Bolin gets fired, I am going to recreate the scene from Happy Gilmore when he broke the clown at the golf course.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Be like this. You're gonna die,
But
clown.
but to you, D, going back to that that conversation. So listen, I spoke to a lot of people and I told them this is my breakdown because I was born and raised here in this Vegas Valley my entire life, and this is great that we're getting all of like these major sports because we didn't have that out here. So for us as fans, it's a first time for us, but it's a great time because the economy is boosting up. Lots of job opportunities are out there. But how I feel about the Raiders will always be a Cali team, whether they were LA or Oakland. Okay,
right.
they come here to Vegas. It's not a hometown team for me. The hometown team, honestly, is my Vegas Golden Knights because it was first established and expanded here.
Right.
So
you guys triggered the whole nation of Canada, so I'll give you props on that.
Hey,
and also for Devon Stainfield, the hell with Oprah. I can't stand Oprah, especially what she did with that whole Michael Jackson thing. She can rot in that one. And as for Gayle King, no.
I was like, man,
just to be on topic, well, what the hell? What is going on with this Gayle King and Oprah stuff? I don't even know what's going on.
No, because they're Chicago icons and whatnot.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, do you like UNLV?
Okay, so UNLV, I'm sorry, no, I don't. I honestly don't because look, after Tark the Shark, man, when has the Running Rebels basketball team been back in the damn March Madness bracket?
Oh, yeah. That is so true.
Good God. Like, again, I do hope, like, that's probably one thing is Running Rebel basketball that I could say is exciting, but not football. I'm sorry. If you ask me college football, I'm all about Boise State. I'm sorry, but UNLV doesn't cut it for me with that.
There's one college basketball team that low key makes me angry.
Devon Stanfield says, laughing my ass off. Good call. Forget Oprah with her Miss Silly looking ass.
I swear, Oprah really ticked me off. And all for the people who said this, you really wanted Oprah to run for president? No, she got way too many skeletons in her closet.
Would you rather, not to be political, would you rather have Oprah or Trump?
Neither. Is a banana peel accepted?
Neither, dear God.
I mean, hell, we have a fruit in office, and it seems like we might get. Let me try to be politically correct. Is it wrong to say homosexual as a president?
Absolutely.
Okay. No. I think that dude is gonna be president.
Who?
Now, that'd be something. The dude from South Bend, Indiana. He's a homosexual, and I think
him being president, knowing the fact that he's homosexual.
Here's the thing, though. There's a lot of gay people out in the world.
You still got a lot of Trump lovers too.
But here's the thing, though, and that's actually kind of interesting. You mentioned that, because again, in presidency, because we've had a tradition for so long, it's hard to convince people to say that, look, our culture's changed. Like, all of us should know we are the most diverse country in the world. We are all in welcoming arms. Okay. We had our first black president, Barack Obama. Right. Okay. And that definitely impacted a community. I'm not going to lie about that. Now, here's the thing.
Black Panther, yes.
Yeah. And here's the thing about this. Like, to me, Obama was a good president. There maybe have been some moments in the presidency that I think he could have done better, but it's not to say he was terrible.
He wasn't a perfect president.
Right. And here's the other thing now, because if we had a homosexual in presidency, like it would
That would mess
to me.
America.
I think to
It would be
me,
shocking.
I think to me, it would be almost the same impact because it's a culture. It's also like a preference now that we want to respect and appreciate. Because again, like, am I stereotypical to homosexuals out there in the LGBT community? No, like I'm not. I respect them. I respect their views. Now, do I think they need to tone it down a little bit on the dramatization and something? Yes, because I'm just like, look, you steered us on an issue. Like, here's the thing, the Aaron Hernandez thing. I watched that thing and I was just like, dude, what does that have to do with a man that just killed himself and then he killed like 2-3 other people?
It was all about.
It was
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sorry, but when your radar goes off, your radar goes off, and that's what Aaron Hernandez did as a football player.
Yeah.
My radar went off. He looked a little fruity to me, and he did a lot of suspecty things that I'm like, okay. And then when I watched the documentary, I'm like, oh, everything just came into play. Everything just made freaking sense to me. Like, okay, because you could tell you could tell when you really can't tell when someone's gay or not these days. But when you get the radar and you get that drift, you get that little feel like, hold up, like I'm not really feeling the vibe. Like, what's going on here? Mm-hmm. And then it all like two and two comes together. It's like, okay.
Well, here was my thing. Like, and long story short about how I felt about the part series is because to me, I look at Aaron Hernandez and I think he was a lost soul. Now, the whole deal of it is because he had so much impact from his father. And when he passed away, what was going to help him? What was going to help him get through this process? I mean, his mom was an absolute train wreck. She goes about her way, doesn't even care about the whole thing, and then she goes and messes around with the cousin's husband. Like, are you kidding me?
The Hernandez family is just crazy overall.
Yeah, and the
More
brother
crazier than the Kardashians.
Well, and the brother came out.
Kardashians not killers.
No, and the brother came out and he said, you don't know my brother like I do, and I'll believe that because the brother throughout all that, he's the only one who handled it well. Yep. Aaron, not so much. Like, he may look like he does, but on the inside, he's torn apart and he's a lost soul. And again, the mother never helped. The mother never helped that situation. It was all bad.
So Aaron Hernandez being gay is a moot point, and I only used to help take focus on the fact that the NFL knew that he was nuts and he had CTE.
Well, yeah.
And also, y'all, this is gonna probably be the last one because I gotta be at work at 8. But let me say this. With what was it? No, his mama named him Bruce. I'm gonna name him Bruce. Bruce Jenner. Okay. I think it's kind of funny how the they give him a medal for chopping off, whatever, and him becoming Caitlyn, but they don't give the award to the chick who had a brain tumor who played her last game in college. I mean, she was gonna, pass on, but to still go out there and play one last college game with a tumor that was killing her.
Yeah.
That's not bravery.
It's not it is bravery, don't get me wrong. But Caitlyn Jenner was a public figure.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yep.
It's the name. It's not about, don't get me wrong, what that little girl did was had a lot of courage to do. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about a name, a public figure. And Caitlyn Jenner, and then definitely Caitlyn Jenner went and did a transformation. Mm-hmm. On top of that, it was all about the name. That's why she got it.
That's why personally I did not like how ESPN did that. That's just my opinion. It's like I said, I don't want people coming after me saying, "Oh, Malk, you have a problem with." No, I don't.
You don't.
I only have a problem with someone that was already a established name from the Olympics or what have you win something for like saying I became a like I'm a woman now to a chick who, you know, basically put her, you know, knew she was going to pass away and plays her final game with a tumor. That is where I was like,
but Caitlyn Jenner, but at the same time, Caitlyn Jenner was an athlete as well. So they did put that into perspective before she started to transition. She was an athlete. So of course they're going to put that in the consideration. And then knowing that she came out as a transgender woman, it's speculated because it was an athlete, a professional athlete coming out. Like when Michael Sam, happened with Michael Sam, he had the biggest fan base when he first got drafted. But the NFL did him dirty, and I don't care what nobody say. NFL did him dirty because the boy could play.
The
boy could play. But that's another story for another time as well.
Well, here, real quick, Devon, he basically mentioned, "Damn, you abandoning the Tark tradition." I'm not abandoning it. It's just we haven't been competitive. We haven't been competitive for a while, man. Like, you know, until we do, then like, give me a reason. Give me a reason why to plug in for UNLV. I haven't found it yet, but yeah, and he does prove a point. You got to be careful with the scrutiny of the LGBT community. Like, but the other thing is you have to be very honestly, words can mean a lot. We've noticed that in this entire community. Like that's just the way that the era of life really is nowadays. Like, you mean what you say and say what you mean.
Right.
I'm not trying to offend nobody. I just thought it was a little bit. You know what I'm trying to say? Like a little bit.
It just kind of hit you the wrong way. Like you just felt like you were just weird about it.
Like I was kind of weird about it, and I just thought to myself, like, I didn't even get mad. I didn't even get angry. I felt confused.
Yeah, it was a very confusing moment there, and yeah, if it could have went differently, then you would have been more appreciative. But again, you know, we can't really predict that outcome as accurate as it is. But again, that's where just things sometimes have to carry on. It's hard.
Yeah,
absolutely hard for that.
Facts.
But yeah. So, but man, I will say this. I mean, I'll tell you guys, this is absolutely just phenomenal. I hope you guys definitely keep this up. I mean, I'll even shout you guys out on my podcast show, and hopefully have one of you guys on some of my my related topics. And Devon, you said, are you bothered by the D Wade situation? Well, we actually did touch upon that. We already did touch upon that. Like, we know how we feel about the whole Dwayne Wade situation. Like, again, we can't hold fans accountable because fans are going to act the way that they want to act. That's just on them. But again, respect the athletes and let them live their lives, because they're human beings just like ourselves.
Right. They live an everyday life just like us. We get up every day and go to work and, you know, proud to provide for their family.
And also, I'm going to say this too to close this out. Nobody is better than anybody here. Because everybody changes their draws one day at a time.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you a nasty MFer. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and the thing of it is it's like, even with everybody commenting, which I appreciate every single one of you guys, and definitely do check out my my podcast show on podbean.com just by searching Snake Sports Talk Show. I've got 4 episodes out and going to be ready for 5 and 6 this upcoming weekend, because this weekend, look, I am going to be packed. I'm packed throughout this because we got the Tyson Fury fight in Vegas. We've got the NASCAR weekend, which I'm very, very grateful that Ryan Newman's okay. Like,
yes,
that
thank God, because that was. Ooh.
Yes, he's made great progress. He's healing up great, so I was very positive to hear about that. Of course, too. I've been covering more about the segment about the Vegas Golden Knights getting Alec Martinez from the LA Kings. So we got hockey, we got NASCAR, we got a boxing fight. So I'm stacked with a lot of this stuff, man. So, but ultimately, like, we appreciate every single one of you guys commenting up in here. Like, this is what influences all of us to do the best we can as sports broadcasters or and sports talk guys. Because we're not really big time influencers. Like, we're just sport talk guys. We talk about every single
passionate about the games that we love to watch and the games that we played growing up as kids, and we finally were able to surpass that. And now we just being up and coming analysts that do something that we love to do.
Exactly. And the thing of it is like, because again, if there wasn't something out there that influences us to want to end up talking about it, this would have never been possible. I mean, think about it. I'd much rather do this than watch politics. And watch politics for 5 minutes, I swear to God, I have a stroke.
So that's what are your personal takes? Would you be acceptable in this case? I'm gonna be honest, and Malguli thinks he knows where I'm going with this, and the only reason why I will accept it because I'm in it. Mm-hmm. I'm part of that community, and I'm saying this. Nobody knows this, and I'm open. And I'm putting myself out there. I'm part of this community. That's why I wanted to make that take on it, because I'm part of it.
Yeah.
The same way Zaya's going through it, I'm going through it. Mm-hmm. It's no different. So my personal take on it, I think it's acceptable. And the only reason why I say it's acceptable because Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union did not force that on their child. The child came to the parent, and the parent was open-minded to letting their child speak their mind to them. And that's the problem with parents in today's world. You don't want to have that open relationship and open talk with them. Some kids, they can't even go to their parents and say what they want to say.
Yeah.
And I'm a part of that. Mm-hmm. I can't be open with my parents about my lifestyle. I can't. Mm-hmm. They love me, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to certain situations, no, I can't.
Yeah.
So Zaya has that opportunity to be safe and to be protected by her parents.
Right.
That's my personal take. I just put myself out there knowing that I have a platform. I wasn't going to say anything because you said about the personal takes. I just had to say something. Yeah.
And also I wanted to come up here because I low-key, because I have friends who are, gay and bisexual. I have family. But at the same time, I'm going to say this. The reason why I wanted to come up here with older brother over there. Sorry, camera's kind of messed up.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, y'all. I look young, but I'll be 34 in 2 weeks, in a week and a half.
But for me, I wanted to come up here and talk about it because I was pissed off at fans who were attacking D Wade. And this didn't start over. Well, mostly that did start with, his daughter and the trans, but also the way how people were discriminating him
contest
about his judging on the dunk contest, because that ticked me off right there.
Of course.
First off, it's a competition for sake. Yeah. Second, why come after the man's family? This reminds me of a situation that I had to deal with the Smart Busters. And if you don't know who the Smart Busters are, they're a bunch of trailer park trash who basically rips on wrestling fans like myself who have an opinion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I've been a wrestling fan since 1990 goddamn 9. And shoot.
But I forgot I'm old.
And yes, you're old, but you're only as old as you feel. Remember that.
Listen, I look like I'm 23, but my body's telling me I'm 34.
Well, shoot. Well, shoot. Okay. Well, shoot. Here's a laugh out of me. Shoot. People say I look like a 50-year-old with the hairline, and yes, I will be shaving all of it off, and I will be crying on set. I don't know when. I don't know what month, but I will be crying and probably have a drink.
Oh, you're gonna be a light-skinned milk dud.
Shoot. Shoot. Personally, y'all can laugh at this. Here's the thing. I will rather wear a wig than go bald.
Oh, you better get one of them Trump toupees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hey, look, if Trump can rock out whatever the hell that like tornado thing of a toupee that is, look, you nobody can say a damn thing about it, man. Like,
I'm gonna say this: it will be Jamaican dreads.
No,
I will, dude.
We're not going all truth, okay?
I ain't going our truth. I said I would go like Bob Marley up in here.
Hey, listen, like you mentioned about those people about wrestling, man. You know what? The only one solution to do about shutting those people up is just RKO them.
Oh yeah,
that's the only solution you could do to these people. And then,
and speaking of wrestling, we have the road to WrestleMania. We got what else? Superstar Showdown, which is I'm not too hyped about because I know Goldberg is winning that title and Troxel, yes, that man weave.
Troxel Sports said he would give you a man weave. Brother. You know,
I'm down.
You know, Troxel Sports is a cosmetologist, right?
Oh, damn.
Well, he can come into Indy because I really miss my hairline.
So, Devon said, that was so brave of you, and I appreciate you being transparent. I have reservations pertaining to me allowing my child to choose the alternate gender identity at a young age, but I would never discourage or punish my child for the curiosity or the verbalization of feelings. I have 2 gay friends and family, and the idea that Z went through is some things could cause a concern, maybe because sometimes wonder if the confusion was there, but that's his kid. Hey, that's a fact. I love the take for that. I do.
And here's the other thing, that I, again, like you mentioned about, Dwayne Wade and his judging skills at the competition. Okay. Like, look, it's just a fun event. It's an all-star weekend for a reason. But of course, segments like that involve a superstar, of course, fans are going to go after the superstar because that's all they know. And that's all that they're going to express their feelings and their thoughts to. And to me, do I think that that's smart? Hell no, because as fans, you should be respectful of all these players and let them live their lives. Let them make the decisions that they want for their kids and the futures that they have, that they can move on with. And to me, I have gay friends myself and great people. Like, to me, it's just, listen, I'm not saying we don't have stereotypical people in this world. We do. We do. And the thing of it is, and it's kind of interesting because I also had to cover this about, the Myles Garrett thing with the swinging of the helmet because he said a racial slur. I'm like, come on, guys. You need to bury this down. Know that you were in the wrong because you took your helmet off and you made it a battered weapon. And whether he said something or you don't, like, the thing of it is, you are on camera and you are on television. So what people see, they're going to react on. That's just how life is. Think about some of our law enforcement with the duties they carry out. It is not easy to be law enforcement knowing you have video cameras on your chest. Yeah. And whatever decisions you make reflects on you, what people see. It's very, very difficult. But for this, like, I'm very, like, I'm respectful of a lot of people. The only thing that I hope is that people are respectful of me with what I do, the decisions that I make, and the hard work that I put into it. And I will give you the same respect as well. Right. But if I know you are a potential, a potential threat amongst my being or amongst people that are important to me, of course I'm going to be defensive because that's my nature.
That draws an issue.
Exactly.
That draws a line.
Exactly.
But I want to end this show finally in the show with the Stephen A. Smith rant.
Oh, yes. We waited for this. Yes.
So this is the final take, y'all, of Stephen A. Smith's rant on ESPN First Take of him going off on Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and the Warriors First Take. Let me just try to skip this advertisement before this happens. Skip this ad.
And y'all subscribe to Mal Gooley, please, because we are almost close to 700.
I don't know if y'all can hear that. Let me know.
I think it was more for fun than anything, but he took part in everything other than our scrimmage. The scrimmage at the end.
This is what Steve Kerr is saying.
Everything else, he's looking great.
All right, high praise from Steve Kerr on his point guard, Stephen Curry. Meanwhile, Kerr also says the former MVP is still on track to potentially return in early March, despite not being cleared for scrimmages just yet. So, Stephen A. Smith, I already know the answer. You've been adamant over and over about this, but what should the Warriors do with Steph?
Please, listen, somebody needs to take Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And I don't give a damn if you got to lock them in a room or something like that. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them. Joe Lacob, my man. Steve Kerr, Bob Myers. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what Steph Curry says. Klay Thompson. Let me say this. I speak from a position of passion and heart when it comes to these dudes. I love what these brothers mean to the game. Del Curry, the father of Steph Curry. Seth Curry, the brother of Steph Curry. I don't give a damn. The wife, the wonderful wife. Kidnap this brother. I want to see him on the court. What have you given us the last 5 years? 5 straight trips to get him off the screen. I want the camera on me. 5 straight trips to the NBA Finals. 3 titles. You lost one after a 73-9 season in Game 7. Last year, KD goes down, and then Clay went down. They weren't a basketball team. They were a damn infirmary. You still went 6 games with Toronto. They have given us so much. I want them back. I don't want anything compromising it. The season, you're 12-43. You're 12-43. The season's a wash. What you've done for the Bay Area, how you've returned basketball, you owe them nothing. You owe us nothing. Take a rest, chill, get yourself 100%. Work out, go to the game and cheer the team on, plan your vacations. Don't you dare step on an NBA basketball court this season. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them because I don't want anything to happen where you get another injury and you compromise next season because they will be back. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry is the greatest shooting backcourt in the history of basketball. Make no mistake about it. They get back on the court next year, they're going to be right in the mix. I'm telling you right now, don't let anything interfere with that. Joe Lacob, listen to your man. Bob Myers, listen to your man. Steve Kerr, I like you, man. I like you. I really, really do, okay? Listen to me. Do not let Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, I know Klay, I ain't got to worry about Klay because Michael Thompson ain't having it. He having it. Mike Thompson ain't having it. Our colleague is he having it. His son not getting back on the damn court this year. Steph Curry, Del Curry, Steph, the wonderful wife, mama, the gorgeous mama. Stop it. Steph Curry needs to stay the hell off the court because we need you. This game misses you, and we need you. This season's nothing. You gave us 5 beautiful years, and you're going to give us 5 more. You're going to give us 5 more because they that bad. They that legit. Just relax for this season. It's a vacation. Don't mess with it, Max. Don't mess with it.
Originally, of course, I didn't want Klay to play because it's obvious he wasn't going to. And originally, I thought, no, Steph should come back if he can and play this year. But March? Is that a joke? You're gonna. What is the point? In March, Stephen A., it doesn't make any sense. Stephen A., I want to read you something. This is from Real GM after the trade deadline. It's not just now. And by the way, I don't think Steph and Klay's windows are short right now. The way they shoot, they can be valuable going forward into the distant future, even if they're not as valuable as they are, in the immediate future. In 2020, Golden State, think about this. And Stephen A., keep in mind how they draft and develop, including Steph and Klay. Those guys weren't sure thing superstars coming out of college. Mm-hmm. And Dre. Okay, hold on. 2020, this year. They have their own first round pick. It's protected top 20. They have the Dallas Mavericks second round pick and the Utah Jazz second round pick. 2021, they have their own first round pick. They have the Minnesota Timberwolves first round pick, which is only top 3 protected. They have the Denver and Timberwolves second round pick. 2022, they have their own first round pick and their second and the Raptors second round pick. They got all these picks coming up in the next 3 years. And in their hands, they're more valuable than picks for another franchise. They're better at evaluating talent. They're better at using their imagination in terms of how to use that talent. And they're better at developing that talent and fitting them into a system. So it's not just, but Steph and Clay, they got to do something next year. No, Clay, I don't expect to be as good as he's going to be the year after next year. But having a healthy Steph and Clay, whatever version of them, next year's immediately going to make them a playoff contender. And the following year, they're going to be a finals contender. And they're going to not only have their first round pick that they drafted this year, they're going to have first round picks going forward, multiple first round picks. They are sitting pretty right now to continue this run as this dynastic powerhouse if they don't screw it up. I totally agree. It makes no sense for Steph to play games in March.
Well, let me say this to you with the blasphemous words that I just heard come out of your mouth. I believe that anytime Klay Thompson and Steph Curry are on the basketball court together and healthy, they are instant title contenders. That means next year. I don't mean 2 years from now. That means next year. You know why? Because their success isn't predicated on their athleticism. It's predicated on their marksmanship. And these are two of the elite marksmen this game has ever seen. I'm going to remind the world, listen, Reggie Miller is a Hall of Famer. Ray Allen is a Hall of Famer. I go back to the days of Dale Ellis, Del Curry, Ricky Pierce, downtown Freddie Brown in Seattle in the late 70s and early 80s. And I'm telling you, even with Larry Bird, those two dudes and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are the two greatest shooters I've ever seen in my life. And I'm talking about the greatest, without question, the greatest backcourt, the greatest shooting backcourt the game of basketball has ever seen. And I'm saying next year, not 2 years from now, next year, let them stay on the basketball court healthy. Because you got to remember, Max, we ain't talking about just perimeter shots. You're talking about free throws, too. They don't miss. I'm telling you right now, they'll be a title contender.
You're right about the shooting.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube.
So, okay, so I'm going to break this down because, D, you remember I DM'd you that one day when I talked about this, about the Andrew Wiggins trade to Golden State, okay? So I'm absolutely, like, I was not sure what I was going to get into with Stephen A, because we all know we never know. Anything that comes out of that man's mouth is always going to be energetic, passionate, and just loud as all hell. But I will say this, that the Golden State Warriors, just because they lost that finals to the Toronto Raptors, everybody wants to say, oh, like the dynasty's done and all this other stuff. Not really. The dynasty only got hit because KD went down, which he should have never made that dumb turnaround on his foot, knowing he was going to end up injuring that ankle.
He shouldn't have played that night.
Hell no, he shouldn't have. Well, even so, I mean, I would just need him as a shooter. I don't need him to do anything else because I got other healthy options. If you could just shoot and just give me baskets, that's it. That's all I would need you to do. But yeah, he should have never played that night. Klay Thompson, I've said this. Klay Thompson is the ghost in Golden State. He's the type of guy that nobody, like, honestly, I go to sports shops out here in Vegas, not one Klay Thompson jersey out there. Like, that just shows how non-appreciative he is in the NBA. This man,
he is Durant jerseys, and you rarely see Draymond Green jerseys, but you'll see more Draymond Green jerseys than a Klay Thompson jersey.
Exactly. And Klay's my man, dude. Like, but the thing of it is like, there are nights where yeah, he's going to be a little bit flat during the season. That happens. But then there are going to be nights where Steph maybe takes a day off and now it's Clay's turn and he ends up dropping 30, 40 points and he's got like, what, 2-3 blocks or he's got like a couple of steals as a defending shooting guard. Like, come on, man, let's be reasonable. But the whole point is with Golden State, they will be back in the playoffs. I believe this. Now, will they have a bigger impact like how they did years ago with Kevin Durant? I don't think so, only because Kevin Durant really elevated up their chances. Like the odds were very high amongst everybody else. Because think about it, you got Kawhi with the Clippers, you got LeBron with the Lakers, you also maybe have the Jazz as well that are competitive. So there is competition in that Western Conference,
especially with Denver being number 2 in the West right now.
Yeah. So and dealing with the Joker. So my thing is, I agree. Steph and Clay should take this year off because they're not going anywhere. This is time for Andrew Wiggins to develop, which he is at this moment, which is great because imagine those three on the same floor and then have Draymond Green there as well. Even Eric Pascal, like he's another developing player. Get these young guys to develop because you know what was lacking Golden State was a bench. They did not have much of a bench, and that's why they hurt the way that they did against Toronto. So take a season off, go book your vacation out into like, you know, the Virgin Islands or in, you know, in one of those islands out there and just take the year off. Absolutely.
That must have been the last take for Jake right there. But
I'm gonna say this.
Gooly, you was going ballistic with all those draft picks that the Warriors got.
Because so am I the only one here that doesn't think we're all going to be fucked in the next 10 years? So Kawhi Leonard's freaking holy water wasn't enough. Oh my God, the Golden State Warriors are the freaking Freddy Kruegers of the NBA. They just can't die. Oh my God. I'm like
oh God,
I'm so afraid right now. I'm afraid. I'm too afraid. Like,
oh my God.
Well,
this is gonna be. You know what? I think there's only one commercial that satirizes all 29 teams once this all goes down in the next 10 years. Oh gosh. Who are you? I am failure. Failure? I fought with you before. Remember that Klay Thompson commercial, I am failure?
Yeah.
Okay, let me say this. Klay Thompson is the Golden State Warriors. Failure is all 29 teams. Jesus Christ. And also, this is the image next year in 10 years.
It sounds to me, honestly, I'm sure
so
of all
fucked.
of our fans who are outside of Golden State, y'all better hide your shoelaces, man. All right, you need to take that out of your shoes, hide them away, burn them. Like, I don't care what you do, but yeah. But again, like, here's the thing: you can't really get too like afraid of Golden State. This is why the Clippers, the way they bolstered up themselves, they're an in-your-face team, and they're the ones that don't play around. You know, they're like Patrick Beverley, Marcus Morris, Montrezl Harrell, lots of these guys. What's to say that they don't figure that out and say, we need to get defenders on him? We need to get defenders on him. Because Kawhi did this with Giannis, pushed him around, made him look like a fool, and definitely pushed around LeBron James.
All right, y'all. Let me say this.
It's not like there are only 2 or 3 teams that have a chance to win the title this year. Here we go, everyone. You're fucked.
That's the NBA.
Hey, you know what?
That's
If
the
Bob,
NBA.
if Bob Menery
I'm
could
not
do
okay.
this, if Bob Menery can do this any better with the NBA, just basically, listen, folks, I know this year was an off year for all of you guys. You took a break, but you all are fucked at this point because Golden State is getting back into it, and Steph and Clay, the league's going to be great. Like
Urinating Tree is going to have a field day in the next 10 years.
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh my God.
With these Golden State Warriors. Oh my
They
God.
can't die.
After Max Kellerman going through all the draft picks that they got in the
They
next
won't
3
die.
to 4 years,
Send me that link.
Action was like, it was
Just send me that link.
Oh,
There's only okay. Okay. You know what? No. I still have faith. Hold on. Hold on.
You have.
I have faith. Hold on. It's nothing, but I have faith. We must pray. We must pray. Hold on. Oh my God, we gotta pray.
I'm nervous about this video. I'm nervous. God damn it, Malguli. We got like 5 minutes into the.
There you go.
We're almost about to pass the YouTube limit on stream.
Choke
man.
yet?
Listen.
That is a legitimate shocker. Despite their impressive run, Golden State will more than likely be getting KD and Boogie back sometime in the final. There is a need to call on greater powers to overcome the lack of parity. Come, my friends, we must pray. Oh, most heavenly guardians of the hardwood, please do not allow the Raptors to be fucked. Guide the spirit of Kawhi to exact vengeance for the curse of Zaza. May their mascot not repeatedly faceplant on the floor throughout the series as it has always done. Let the threes drain with authority and the rebounds be plentiful. In the name of the Cutter, the Drake, and the Holy Messiah Ujiri. Amen.
I can't.
I can't either, man.
So that is it. We are done for the night. I wasn't expecting for this stream to go this long, but this was an awesome sports stream tonight.
Oh, this was great.
It was
sports
awesome
stream tonight, man.
It was awesome until those draft picks got named.
Because I know right now, what time is it right now? Where
It's
you
1
at?
o'clock.
No, Jake.
It is
Jake.
literally 10 p.m. out here in Vegas,
It's 10
dude.
p.m. out there with Jake. It is 1 a.m. here in Philly, in Indiana. It's 1 a.m.
God. Oh,
I'm going
Yeah,
to
God.
have
We
nightmares
had ourselves
tonight.
a wonderful time. Hopefully, Snake Sports Talk would really would love for you to start a YouTube channel.
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely working on it. Still trying to figure out all of like just the few tweaks I have to make on the channel, man. But it is in the works for sure.
So I did put your link in the chat for your Podbean because I was able to find it.
Mhm.
So I did put the link in there. I am going to copy it again. If y'all do want to hear his podcast, is I got the link right there in the chat. Just go and follow his channel. He will have a YouTube real soon, so I'll be the first to know.
Absolutely.
'Cause I
Absolutely.
can put on my community post and have all my subscribers subscribe to you. So we're gonna be just gonna get this thing rocking. So
And also, guys, if you haven't already, it's in the chat.
subscribe to Malguli.
Yes.
Because he's
Subscribe
close
to
to
this man.
700.
The man is almost at 700 subscribers. I'm almost at I'm over 2,000 right now. We're still growing,
Mhm.
but it's all like it's just like I said. It's all the brotherhood, man. We just here to talk sports and be passionate about it and love what we do.
Yup.
Any final words? Any final takes before we get off here, man?
Well, I mean, like I said, the only thing that I will be covering is next week by Monday, the NHL trade deadline. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. But this NHL season, man, it's really started to identify so many teams and how far they can go to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Because it's not an easy journey road. We start to learn a lot more about it. The NBA playoffs. My takes are like, I think it's going to be the Clippers and the Bucks, to be totally honest. And I think the Clippers could go all the way, but it'll be how does LeBron respond with that? Because I have him in the Western Conference Final. That's my take with that. And finally, I know baseball. I'm not gonna turn away from baseball. I love this game. Always have, always will, and I'll always respect it so much. This whole thing with the Astros, they've dug themselves a hole. So does the commissioner. They need to figure a way to get themselves out of the hole and do the right thing. Because again, you shouldn't act your decisions on emotion. That's not what business is all about. We don't make decisions based off of emotions. You make decisions solely for the purpose of the league and solely for the organization as well. That's why Roger Goodell has made the choices he has. Adam Silver has made the choices that he has. But I still think Adam Silver, honestly, between NBA and the fans, there still should be a barrier between the two, maybe a safety wall to keep the players from possibly fans jumping over and possibly injuring a player. I still think that he should push for that. But this was great, guys. This was absolutely great. I cannot believe it lasted this long, but I would love to jump back up on here again. This was such a fun and exciting moment. But this has given me new ideas for a YouTube channel, man.
Yeah, absolutely. StreamYard is what we use here. Like to collaborate, because I know OBS, it was like a little difficult thing that we had. Hopefully me and Malguli, I think the next stream we're going to be doing, most likely, I think it's
supposed to be NXT TakeOver.
Yeah.
And then WrestleMania.
Well, because I will be in the building for Elimination Chamber. That is my birthday gift to myself. And Fargo Center, I will be at Elimination Chamber. I will not be actually streaming that. But tomorrow, if I do want to come and subscribe to the channel, I will be doing live play-by-play and reactions of the 76ers versus the the Brooklyn Nets. Sorry.
You might as well call them the New York
Nets. Shit.
You might as well call them the New York Nets, because shoot, the Knicks are second fiddle in their own freaking city.
I don't know, but I will be doing I do have a podcast studio as well in downtown Philadelphia. So that's where I will be at during the weekend. Hopefully I can get some interviews done down there as well. That's what I got coming up on the channel. A lot of videos, a lot of content, a lot of live streams, because Sixers play this weekend as well. So I will be doing that. So please subscribe to the channel. Ghoulie, when the next time you streaming?
I know, because Joshua Hudden was talking about it. Due to the computer with OBS and YouTube, I don't know why my camcorder, but today it looked cool. I think the next video I'm going to be doing is probably like a live stream of what the Chicago Bears should need to do in the offseason. And I might need a little bit of help. I don't know if JD is still on, but I probably need to call JD and see if he wants to set something up.
Okay. Malguli canceled ACW on us.
I'm taking a break from it.
Okay. So the commission, the owner of the commission said we taking a break from ACW.
But I really want to take a break and focus on other things.
Please follow Spotlight Sports Talk on Instagram. Follow Malguli on Instagram. Follow Snake Sports Talk. Is it Snake_Sports_Talk?
Yeah, it's Snake_Sports_Talk and _show.
Okay.
And you can, and here's the other thing too, guys, that you can also do, and I just built this up as well, is on my Facebook, because I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as well. Catch me on IGTV and IG Live as well. I'll jump on and kind of give a little bit of a review during the day of the week. On Facebook, I've created a group called the Snake Sports Talk Show Fan Chat. It's a new kind of thing that I'll be introducing to the podcast. So in my segment, I'll be able to interact with all of my fans, answer questions that are there on that platform, and introduce them and give them shout outs on the podcast, because again, this is interacting with all of our fans and letting them know we're spreading some love and let them know that we're thinking of them with all these comments and all these feedback.
And you have 21 members in your chat, right?
Yep. It's an open public chat. So, and it's a friendly environment. So everybody on the comments that is commenting tonight, please be friendly. Please be friendly, because it's a friendly environment. Anything, rude, explicit, or, negativity will not be tolerated. those people will be
Stanfield
booted pretty easy.
says, I'm coming to your studio downtown on Philly on Broad Street. I'll leave Woody's early. Yes, we be fighting over Brissett. Listen, you do not want to come down that studio and want smoke with me, okay? About Brissett. God damn it.
Well, with that being said, y'all, because I got like what 5 hours. So
yes.
Yes, but thank you for tuning in. If you ever want to get back on here, Jake, just let me know. We'll talk. You got a personal Facebook, so I could just send.
I do. I do. You can look me up, Jake Silva, Silva.
Yeah, Malcolm's aka Malguli is probably gonna find you too.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a lot of people that have Jake Silver on here. Okay, so
okay, so the one that's gonna break it down. I mean, it's a picture of me and my girlfriend at a very nice restaurant, a beautiful night, beautiful dinner. So that's the one that I've got. That's my.
I might just send you my. I you know what? I sent
how
you.
you say Silva?
I just joined myself in your group. So
Okay.
if you just
how you say Silva?
my name is not Darian on Facebook. It's Sunny. So I got his name on there for work. So yeah,
So
gotcha.
What's the last name? My bad.
Okay, it's Silva, Silva, almost like Anderson Silva, Vanderlei Silva.
After I get drunk at Woody's, you know what DL stands for? Get out of here. Woody's is a good club downtown. So I see that you're from Philly. So like, yeah, we gotta talk, man. We listen. You want all the smoke? Okay, we can do it. I don't care.
Hey, you guys, if you guys ever decide to come out to Vegas for a fun weekend and stuff like that, let's link up, man. I would love to actually do.
Know what's funny about that, and Malguli could tell you this. We was gonna do our first inaugural Spotlight Sports Talk weekend in Vegas this year. We was gonna do it, but financially, everybody's just gonna come to Philly this summer.
Okay.
But my goal by the end of this year, I will be in Vegas. Like, yeah.
I'd love it. I'd love it, man, because especially now with Vegas.
All right, guys, I'm about to head out.
All righty, man.
All right,
y'all. So I gotta head out too because I gotta get up. Jake, we'll talk.
We'll talk more. Yeah.
We'll talk. Gooly, we'll talk too as well, brother. So it's the Spotlight Sports Talk, y'all. Comment, like, and subscribe to the channel. We out of here, y'all. We see y'all later.
Be the best of, folks.
He's a character. Oh, character.
But I draw.